I'm Peggy Clark with the Aspen Institute. I am delighted to welcome you all here. Many of you were with us last night when we began our program by honoring Helen Newborn for her 22 years of fighting for women at the Ford Foundation. Helen is in the red right up there in front. Helen, that was a delight to do for you. We are so happy to have everyone here this morning. There's an extraordinary group of people in this room. I felt like we could have talked all night yesterday. There's some really, really interesting intersections here, some young voices, new voices, old voices, many different perspectives. This is the Aspen Forum on Women and Girls. When my dear friend Ann Mosley said, let's do something together on women, I never say no to Ann Mosley, who's right on my left. There are sometimes people in the world that you know you will create so much more together, where there is exponential energy and focus on really getting things done and moving things in a really different way. And it's always that way with you, Ann. So I love the way you live your life. I love your team. And we at Aspen are beginning to do a set of work around women and girls, and we're so happy that we're here with you today. This Aspen Forum on Women and Girls is really about three things. One is it's a collaboration between Ascend, Ann Mosley and her team's program here at the Aspen Institute, focusing on women in poverty in the U.S. and two-generation approaches to alleviating poverty and economic opportunity, and Aspen Global Health and Development, which is the program that I run, which is looking at breakthrough strategies in global development. Secondly, and importantly, this is a lead up to the White House Summit on Women and Girls, which will be May 23rd, which the Aspen Institute is a partner on. We're getting ideas, we're learning from all of you. We hope that you'll help us think how to best use that time with the White House focus on women and girls. And then lastly, to honor Helen Newborn, which I mentioned a minute ago, which I can't say enough because we all stand on each other's shoulders. I was lucky enough, as I said last night, to work at the Ford Foundation in the 80s. I was a program officer for SEWA. Rima Nanavate is here from SEWA, one of the oldest women's organizations in the world. And many, many of the people that we began working with in the 80s are in the room today and are still working together and carrying us forward. International Women's Day, we know how important this day is, but many of us don't know the history of it. I mentioned this last night, but it'll take a moment just to mention it again. It was 159 years ago, in 1857, when International Women's Day was first claimed, and it came out of the labor movement. New York City Garment Workers Union had a very important first strike, and that was when International Women's Day was first proclaimed. Then it moved into the international realm, where Finland, Denmark, in 1910, the Copenhagen Socialism Commission proposed to honor working women everywhere on this day. And as I mentioned last night, there was a German theologian named Claire Zetland who was considered quite dangerous in her beliefs, but she was the one who really came up with the idea of International Women's Day. So it started in the labor movement, but it was by no means just about economics. And that's one of the themes that you'll hear today. The intertwined issues of political participation, of the right to vote, of child labor, halting discrimination, all of these issues are intertwined, as we know in the women's movement. So Women Forward, maybe you all see these. We are happy to report the hashtag Women Forward was trending yesterday. We were all trending with some of the remarkable conversation that was happening on the stage. We'd love for everyone to get involved with this social media campaign. If you would like to say, here's how I move women forward. And we have a wonderful photographer in the back of the room. We'd love to have you fill these out, put them in the back of the room, share them with us. Let's try to break some more barriers today with some of our ideas. Yesterday was really surprising to me. Every time you get an amazing group of women together, this happens. But I was so taken. Melissa Harris-Perry led the conversation of the first panel by asking the panelists, what do you want to ask each other? What are you curious about? And we had a number of people, both young and old on the panel. And Judith Lichtman, who'd been working for so many years, referred to the fact that when she began in the women's movement, there was a big sign that said 59 cents, and it had a big slash through it and said no. And it was the fact that women are paid 59 cents on the dollar for every man in pay inequity. And what she said surprised her is that today it's 75 cents on the dollar. And she never thought that, 40 years later, we would still be fighting these same battles. And that is, I think, what all of us feel, that we have made so much progress, but there's even more complex and subtle forms of discrimination, both explicit and implicit, that we all have to fight and continue to fight together. Let me just tell you a minute about Aspen Global Health and Development. It's one of the programs at the Aspen Institute. We work on breakthrough strategies in global development. We explicitly try to identify issues that will move whole systems and break new paradigms. We are often stepping on the third rail. As an example, we took on women's reproductive rights several years ago because it was really being sidelined as a very minuscule kind of micro issue when we felt that the question of women's choice around family size is fundamental to every other part of development. And so that is why, along with Rachel Kite, who's in the Secretary General and the World Bank's Special Envoy for Climate Change, why we went to Rio and to Durban, to the Earth Summits, to bring a group of women to talk about why women were central to the discussions around climate change, for example. Aspen Global Health and Development works on reproductive rights. We work very much on bringing new young leaders and voices into the global stage. And we are also working on new approaches to women's economic and empowerment and employment in the developing world. We work in the artisan sector on a new project. It's the second largest employer of women in the world after agriculture, but nobody thinks about it. Rima Nanavati from Self-Employed Women's Association is with us, and she's a leader in that movement. Let me just say that the world is filled with good intentions. I find that some of the best work we can do is when we group together and when we reach across the aisle. That's why we're mixing global and U.S. in this meeting. That's why we have different generations here, and that's why we are all here together today. So I welcome you. Please be open and frank and as honest as you like. We are really looking forward to the day together. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Marjorie, who is with the Ascend program. Marjorie is a remarkable woman. I met her years ago. And Marjorie is with our partner sister organization, Ascend. Marjorie.
Good morning, good morning. Good morning. Usually if I don't get a good morning, I sing a song, but I will not sing. So thank you, Peggy. You are wicked smart and have a big heart, a global big heart. So thank you for partnering with Ascend in this work. I want to start first by giving some big data on women in the U.S. My focus is going to be on women in the U.S. So there are 162 million women in the U.S. in 2014. 75.6 million are in the workforce. 1.6 million are veterans. The median salary for a woman working full-time all year round is $39,621. 52% of all college students are women. 43% of women report that they vote. 43.5 million women are mothers, and this is a data point between ages of 15 and 50. I guess if you're over 50, you're not a mother, but that's how they capture it. And these women, on average, have 2 children, which is down from 1976 when the average number was 3.1. I don't know how you have a 0.1, but there you go. And overall, 85% of all women will become mothers. So I shared that big data with you just as a snapshot. That's a top line. It doesn't paint the full picture. As Dr. Harris Perry said yesterday, you have to ask, which women are we talking about? Where do they live? Where do they work? To get real clarity. And thank you, Dr. Harris Perry, for making those questions simple but rememberable so that we can continue to have that conversation. As Peggy noted, many of you have worked on some really important issues over the years. And some of you have worked on critical legislation and laws that have advanced women's rights going forward in the U.S. For example, Title IX, or the Civil Rights Act of 1991, or the Affordable Care Act. This is advancing women in all sectors of our society. And often you're working in the minutia of regulations and real policy change. You keep at it, so thank you for that. This is all great and important work, but we're here today because we know that there's a lot more that needs to be done. And we need to move from women's rights to women's human rights, right? And we know that there are lots of disparities, particularly that there's no safety net in this country any longer for women with children. Today, we're going to have a conversation across generations about values, principles, strategies, and outcomes, the outcomes that we seek for women and families. At Ascend, we advocate, as Peggy said, a two-generation approach, making certain that programs and policies work with both the parent and the children simultaneously and measuring outcomes for both. This work is grounded in a set of 6 principles. I'm just going to list them off for you because this is really at the heart of Ascend's work. First, measuring and accounting for outcomes for both children and parents, or the adults in their lives together. You value what you count, so making certain that both children and parents and adults are counted for. Next, engage and listen to the voices of families. Very important where you start your program or policy. Ensure equity. Foster innovation and evidence together. Align and link systems and funding streams. And finally, prioritize implementation. So those 6 principles, as I said, really ground our work. And let me just give you an illustration of how that plays out in communities. Last year, we had the honor of visiting a program in Denver, Colorado. It's the Jefferson County Prosperity Project. It's right outside of Denver. And this two-generation effort started with a Head Start program. But now what they're doing is they're engaging the parents to build their social capital, the social capital that allows them to build informal and formal networks so that they can navigate systems. So on a regular basis, they're allowing parents to come together to build that social capital. And we were there to ask the parents what they thought about two-generation, because what we hear often is that's how programs work on the ground, right? Well, this particular mother struck me, and I will forever remember what she said. She said, for me, two-generation means that this is the first time anyone has asked about me. Most often, people are asking about my children, and I feel like I'm a vehicle to get to my children. Wow. The research shows that when you invest in parents, you're making a tremendous investment in their children over the long term. So that's why it's important to ground all of the work in principles, engaging the voices of families holistically. And so today, this conversation across generations is about making certain that we have the critical conversation. Please know that Ascend's North Star is always and forever will be moving families out of poverty and making certain that they have opportunity as opposed to staying in a cycle of poverty. As we celebrate International Women's Day, let us have a conversation across generations. Let's ask the tough questions, as Peggy said. And if you're watching, live streaming, you're here in the room, you're Facebooking, you're tweeting, you're blogging, whatever your medium is, engage in this conversation because we wanted to set a conversation that's not happening anywhere else. both literally and figuratively. Your presence will allow that to happen. So thank you for being here. And to start, I'd like to introduce my boss. She hates it when I say that, so I always say it. So Ann Mosley came to the Aspen Institute in 2010 to start this conversation about how you disrupt poverty, how you move women and families forward. And once I heard a definition of a social entrepreneur, and it said, a person that does not have no in their lexicon. That's Ann, as Peggy said. No is not in Ann's lexicon. She sees possibilities and opportunities everywhere. And she sees around the corner before we've even started. So I get it when we're asking, are you awake? So that was last night, right? So we're keeping up with Ann on a regular basis. It's my honor to work with her. Before she came to the Aspen Institute, she was a vice president and an officer at the Kellogg Foundation. She led their civic engagement work and their family economic security work, and she also launched their mission-driven investment portfolio, a $100 million portfolio, and the other part of her portfolio was $149 million. So she gets policy, program design, and philanthropy. And she brings that all together in a very unique way always. So please join me in welcoming Ann Mosley to moderate.
Oh, thank you, Marjorie. Thank you very much, Marjorie. Thank you, Peggy, my wonderful colleague and partner in social justice. Marjorie Sims and I go way back in many different cycles, from following her on Capitol Hill, working with her on program design and strategy and making things happen. As we all know, to make something important happen, you're working with others. And that's really, I think, the spirit of what's in this room and how we can be helpful to accelerating the conversations and the action that needs, and the investments that need to happen to make this all possible. So, right back at you, Marjorie. And how many of you, before we jump in, were here last night? Raise your hand if you were here last night. Awesome. So I'm not going to make people who, so last night was an amazing conversation. And part of it was about really jumping into the issues, both the big picture and some of the uncomfortable spots. It was also about honoring our friend and colleague and partner, Helen Newborn, and for all of her phenomenal work, but also taking time to celebrate and appreciate one another. Because one of the things, I've been swinging at these fences at sort of 20 plus years. I think we just started to go 20 plus, is my new thing. But the long arc towards social justice and equality for all is not a quick fix. This is a structural issue, and this is an issue of the heart. And so as we move forward, and we think about sort of the diversity and the strengths and the differences, how are we able to honor that, respect that, invest in that, but also move forward together? And I think about sort of the Mary Church Terrell saying, lifting as we climb. How are we going forward together? So that's really, I think, the spirit of some of these conversations. It's phenomenal to be here on International Women's Day. We had a good conversation really going deep on, is our house in order here in the US? What's the state of play for women's rights and economic justice? A lot of room for opportunities. But today we're really going to broaden the conversation and bring it together, as Peggy said, global and domestic. So as we start this conversation, and I'm going to jump in pretty quickly, I have three quick things I'd like to start with. Is one, let's really go at these conversations from a position of strength and really go at it from solutions. Let's lean and look forward to what we're going into, the intellect, the tenacity, the connections of the folks in this room and out there. Streamlining is a powerful force. So let's go from how are we going to move this forward. Second piece is when I think about the agenda going forward, because this topic and conversation is really going to be about sort of what are the lessons learned, what are the insights, but then really what is the agenda for 2016 and beyond? And I think about that with three ways. One is just what is the work we just need to finish? Like, are we still talking about family leave and paid family leave? Seriously? Are we still wondering about high quality childcare that is available to all, not just to families that have resources, really, but for all the next generation? We know about the investment and how does it not pay it off? And so things like pay equity. I mean, while the button of 59 cents, that's still the reality for whether American Indian, African American, or Latino. I mean, we just have so much work to do. How are we lifting up, getting less patient, less polite, and really putting this front and center? So my third piece is in how do we do this? So how do we think about how the lessons from the movements? Last night we had Alicia Garza, who is one of, with the National Domestic Workers Alliance and one of the 3 co-founders of Black Lives Matter, one of the most amazing movements about how to just go big and go just change, game changer conversation and body of work that's been sorely needed. How do we also do this differently so that we can amplify, accelerate the solutions and the leaders and the voices that we need to have heard? So as both Peggy and Marjorie said, later today we're going to both be going deep on some, the next panel will be also really looking at some domestic solutions, some global solutions, and then we're going to have a conversation with Tina Chen from the White House Office of Women and Girls over at the White House. There is a summit coming up in May 23rd. It's the United State of Women. This is your summit with the White House. And so some of the themes that they're thinking about are really looking at education, especially thinking about STEM education, while women are making sort of progress in education, higher ed, and even graduate education. There is not seeing that in some of the STEM and the higher paying careers. And so how are we thinking about that more broadly and strategically? How are we thinking about employment and entrepreneurship? How are we thinking about family supports and security, and then also women's health, broadly speaking? So those are some of the themes. I want you to be thinking about that because this is a conversation that will hopefully lead to action and to movement. So with that said, we have a phenomenal panel here that I'm sure everybody's really just eager to hear from. So you have everybody's full bios in your packets, but we have Helen Newborn, who is in reflective, still change in the world, but former director of the Quality Employment at the Ford Foundation, and we all know her work from women's rights to really thinking about employment and family security. Wendy Chun-Hoon, who many of you know from her work at Families Values at Work. Many of us have also known her from her work at the Casey Foundation, also helping to launch the Soros Special Initiative to alleviate poverty. She is a tenacious, strategic woman. Kavita Ramdas, Senior Advisor to the President at the Ford Foundation, former CEO of the Global Fund for Women, and just international rock star. And then Melissa Harris-Perry she serves as the Maya Angelou Presidential Chair and Director of the Anna Julia Cooper Center at Wake Forest University. An amazing, explosive, fabulously creative moderator. Gosh, did we have a good time last night. I'm delighted to have you here as well. So what I'm going to ask to do to kick it off is to have each of these tremendous leaders do a spark kind of kickoff comment. Take about 5-6 minutes to sort of talk about a lesson learned or a key accomplishment from where they sit in their work, and then also highlight what's a big idea for the agenda going forward. As it's International Women's Day, I'm going to first start with Kavita Ramdas, and then we will kind of go on down the panel if we may. Kavita.
Great. Assalamu alaikum, namaste, good morning. It's really, really wonderful to be here, and I thank my wonderful friends and guests, my friends who have made me a guest here, Anne and Peggy, who I've known for a long time. I'm really honored also to have been able to be here. My colleague LaShawn was also here yesterday. LaShawn and I are like sneaking out of no travel week at the Ford Foundation because we figured Helen is totally deserving of any exception to any rules. So, but we're delighted to be here. I think for me, it's interesting to now see International Women's Day. This morning I was walking, and Risa, who works on women's sports and something and society here. Risa, are you here in the room? There she is. So she was walking on the street, and we walked together, and we were sort of talking a little bit about different approaches to this. I find it really wonderful that International Women's Day is being celebrated. When I first came here in 1983 as a transfer student to Mount Holyoke College, Nobody had any idea. And in India, every March 8th, we were on the streets and singing and leading protests and talking about the origins. And we were always mystified because it seemed like, well, this is honoring women workers in the United States. How come nobody over here knows about those women workers? I would say, do you know about the Triangle Shirtwaist Fire? Do you know that women garment workers were locked into their workplace? And then I thought, well, maybe it's because it feels like it's very far away from that reality. And maybe in the 80s, it did feel that way. Maybe it felt like, the United States was on this trajectory to everybody doing really well and poverty not being a reality. I think 30 years later, it's both extremely sobering and humbling, or it should be humbling for the United States to recognize that now actually we share a lot more in common with the rest of the world. We've watched in these 30 years under policies, conscious policies, it didn't happen by accident, a deepening of inequality in a way that I think was hard for any of us to imagine. I mean, people like us who came from quote unquote developing countries to the United States, thought of this place as a place where labor was valued. I remember washing dishes at Mount Holyoke or working buildings and grounds and thinking, this is a place where if you do manual labor, you're both recognized, appreciated, and you can make a decent living. That is no longer the case. That is so no longer the case. And I think the degree of inequality that we see in the United States has only not only begun to replicate what we see in the rest of the world, in many ways it has far outstripped that reality. So I think the first thing I would like to say is that as somebody who sees myself as a global citizen with a foot in different parts of the world, I think to pretend anymore that these distinctions of developed, developing, first world, third world, white world, brown world, black world, yellow world is meaningful is to really kid ourselves. That world doesn't exist. It hasn't existed for a long time. And if we know that it's true about climate change, we should recognize that it's true about a lot of other things, including the big problem of inequality that cuts across all of our societies. Secondly, I think the other sort of big aha that I was absolutely sure would happen at the end of 2008 when we had this huge financial crisis, we knew that what exactly had happened with that crisis. I thought there would be this moment where, like when the Soviet Union, when the wall fell and the Soviet Union was sort of no more the Soviet Union, and the West kind of said, aha, see, now our system has triumphed, we know this is it. I thought we would have that same kind of moment after 2008. I thought we'd be like, oh, hell, capitalism does not work the way it has been sort of trumped up to be. It really is not an economic system that is working for the vast majority of people. So, and clearly it's only benefiting a very small number of people. And those people have actually been acting as criminals, and now there will be some, something to reckon with. Well, The Big Short was just up for an Oscar, so we know very well that that actually never happened. And that, I think, is another really serious thing for us to reflect on. It feels very scary and uncomfortable to say that the current economic system, the one that all of us grew up with, the one that we kind of thought had triumphed over socialism, is not an adequate system for us. But I think failing to recognize that, failing to actually call it what it is, and then bringing forth the creative alternatives that we must come up with to make a different system. And I don't really care whether, it doesn't have to be a binary choice. It doesn't have to be like, oh, that failed in the Soviet Union and now that's all we have. We have so much innovation, we have so much talent, and frankly, if we had more women in the economy, we would have lots of minds thinking about a different way to do this. So feminist economics, our time has come. We really need to be thinking about that, because I think feminist economics is also grounded in the planet and in the earth. The third point I'll make, Anne, is that I think this question of like negating our relationship to the natural world. To me, I think, again, this is like some crazy idea we came up with as human beings, that somehow we thought we were of this mother, And then we could just kind of abandon her and be like, well, now we're just going to subdue you, control you, put all these things on top of you. Well, she's showed us in the last few years and more that no matter what we try to do, her power is so much greater than all of our powers combined. So all this crazy weather, the tsunamis, the earthquakes, that's your mother saying, excuse me? What you're doing is not okay. You need to clean up your room. You need to put all the things back. Toys need to go back in their rooms. Wake up. And that, I think, is something, again, which to me brings me to my last sort of like, what do we have to do about it? Some years ago, the feminist movement raised the slogan of intersectionality. Actually, we had raised it a long time ago. Yesterday, I sang a song from the socialist movement called Bread and Roses. That's intersectionality. Bread and roses, both. Both. Beauty and art and music and love and all of that, and decent wages and decent working conditions and ability to pursue what you want to do in the world and ability to stand on your own feet. These are intersectionalities. I think, bless you, the women's movement is now globally ready to bring intersectionality to a whole different level. And I feel like we need to have that intersectionality around a number of things. First, as Melissa pointed out yesterday in her extraordinary panel, we need to understand intersectionality of identity. We do not live in watertight bowls. You are no more purely black than I am purely Indian, or that Anne is purely white. It doesn't exist. So too are neither of us purely heterosexual or purely queer or purely anything else with regard to our sexuality. All of this is on a continuum. We are also not anymore purely, I am Indian, my husband is Pakistani, our daughter grew up in the United States. What is she? And people look at her and say, oh no, where are you from? And when she says, I'm from California, they're like, no, really, where are you from? No, I am from California. That's where I'm from. My parents are from somewhere else, but I am actually from California. So understanding intersectionality of identity across the binaries, even across the binaries that we have taken as being most fundamental. And when I say women's movement, that movement has been challenged by queer movements. That movement has been challenged by transgender movements. That movement has been challenged to open and expand and release into a space where it says it is okay for us to have many others inside this space. If our Mother Earth can hold all of us, we as women can hold a much more complicated reality of who's in the movement with us. And that includes men. So this binary also for men of like, this is what men do, this is how men are, this is how women are. It is too old. This is the 21st century. We are in a different space. There are women who are on one side of that equation and there are men on the other side of that equation. And in between, there's a huge continuum. So even the qualities that we define as masculine and feminine, please let us throw those categories out of the box and let's talk about new categories, because the categories of being a caring, engaged, involved, concerned, empathetic human being are not categories that are defined by what's between our legs. It is defined between what is between our ears. That is what is going to make us able to actually think of the world in a different way. The second intersectionality, thank you. I really believe that very deeply. The second intersectionality is between movements. And I think we need to think really creatively about movements that are, and the one I'll talk about, just very briefly, we've talked about labor movements and women's movements and movements for equality and economic justice. Thank you, I'm at 0 time. The movement I'm very concerned about is that the women's movement was once at the heart of a global peace movement. And I feel that the whole thing of terrorism has made women, particularly in the global north, frightened. You are frightened of the other now because you are caring about your kids and your future, and you have made it possible to not be anymore a part of a movement that says we are all women and men in this together, and we need to struggle for a way in which our voices are at the forefront again of a movement to build a more just, a more secure, and a more peaceful world. And until women's voices are at the front of that movement again, globally, we will always have these boundaries and be having people who are telling us that we need to build walls. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavita. Thank you for giving us a beautiful vision and a framework to kind of move through the conversation. And it is so amazing how what you could be saying globally could just be as relevant in everybody's household here at home. So perfect setup. So Melissa, I'm going to go to you next. And I'm going to sort of say from either the wonderful work you're doing at Wake Forest or also what you're seeing on just sort of the media and the public discourse, what's happening in the world. What is a key lesson or insight, and what's your big idea for the agenda going forward?
So I so appreciate this, both the question as you're asking it, as well as Kavita's first set of remarks, because I wanted to come back to the table that you set for us last night around a kind of intersecting way of thinking about oppressions, systems, rather than just thinking about sort of each set of policy problems or questions as existing within their own silo. And in certain ways that is about the, for me, I've been experiencing it over the past 4 years, in part as the challenge between academic work, which looks to often build those big theories, those sometimes theories of everything, versus media work, which tries to explain nothing or everything, but always in 3 minutes, sometimes in 3 minutes with 8 guests. And was reminded of a conversation that I had just before the 2008 election cycle with a friend and colleague at Princeton University who is quite conservative. His name is Robert George. He's a brilliant political theorist. And I said to him, I think Senator Obama is going to win this election. Yeah. I think this is actually going to happen. He's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. I was like, this is a big deal. It's going to happen. And he's like, yeah, it's probably going to happen. I was like, no, this is a big deal. He's like, yeah, you are thinking in decades. We think in millennia. And my first thought was, who the hell is we? What just happened? And I still do not exactly have an answer to that. But it was an important, and again, I want to go back to your point that something like a wage gap, or something like the differences in incarceration in the United States are not accidental. They're not even across a decade's time horizon. They are very much tied to sets of systems and interests that are global, and that should be understood across millennia. So also, just going back to something that happened last night when I was mentioning that my team doesn't sleep, you should be careful about the norms that you set, because in fact what happened is we went back to the hotel last night and my team didn't sleep, and instead got together and started having a set of conversations about the conference that we're having in April, trying to think about how to use spaces like this space that is convened and the other spaces that we're convening through what we're calling the IRA, the Intersectional Research Agenda Building Process. We're having a set of convenings that are bringing together groups as small as 10 and as large as 100 to have conversations about what is and ought to be on this agenda for research around women and girls of color. And so really trying to think through what are the big ideas, what are our big challenges. So I'll do this as swiftly as I can. This is not a theory of everything, but it is a theory of one set of things that is trying to bridge a central policy question that you asked about, so maybe a media piece, maybe going back to Judy's insight last night, what are we surprised about? For me, the surprise in part being that we're talking not just about abortion, which I think is something we actually probably ought to have continuing conversations about. I think it is a meaningful thing to have public discourse about. I don't like how we have it, but I think it is a thing to have public discourse about. But that we're having conversations about common sense sex ed and birth control, right? So I find that surprising. So that's kind of a small thing in the world. The bigger thing, the kind of academic thing for me, is the uterus. And so I just want to try to tie these things together in apparently 2.5 minutes. If I wanted to back up to just tell one part of the big story that I felt like you were asking us about, it's something about our inherent disgust with women's bodies. How appalled we are with what a woman's body is. I asked the question last night about whether or not woman is a meaningful category. And I think even trying to think about what constitutes a woman's body, particularly when we are willing to push towards remembering that not all women's bodies begin in infancy with a uteri, and many women's bodies will not end in old age with having a uterus. But that for many of us, we have a presumption that the uterus and that the vagina are in part of women's bodies. And that we're quite disgusted with vaginas and with the uterus. If you don't believe me about how disgusted we are with them, you can go to your local CVS or Duane Reade or any old store, and there's all kinds of products to clean them. There's whole aisles to clean these parts of your body with special products. Nary a thing to clean a testicle. And if ever there were a part of the body they could use a special deodorized wash, be a testicle. You could feel free, all of 7A could feel free to be for the testicle wash, but no. Not one product for those not so fresh days for the adolescent boys, not one. Instead, we reserve all of that in part for women's bodies, right? We're quite appalled by what women's bodies look like. It's in part why it's really important for us to create a whole set of products, all kinds of products for women's bodies. So going all the way back, so now, our women's products for their bodies include everything from diet drugs to Spanx, but you can go back in time and find there's always something to alter what our bodies look like, from our nails to our eyebrows to the size of our hips to the size of our waist, right? So we're quite appalled with how we show up on the planet. One of the reasons that we are so attached to the vagina and the uterus and to the disgust about this vagina and uterus and the things that we will do to them, the ways that we will cut them across the globe in order to ensure that they don't bring pleasure and joy and sort of independent excitement and value to a woman. The reasons that we will tell girls that they should spend all of their adolescence not worried about solving algebraic equations in class, but instead making sure that no one ever knows that it's that time of the month. So that when you're on a school trip, don't worry about solving a science project. Make sure that you're carrying the right kind of purse so that no one will know that you're having your period. The amount of mental energy that it takes for adolescent girls to have to manage that throughout their life. One of the reasons is because the uterus is a high-stakes political endeavor. And if you don't believe that the uterus is a high-stakes political endeavor, then let's look at all the policies that come from it. We are actually having a conversation about the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment is, of course, an amendment about the uterus because citizenship in this country passes through the uterus. It is, despite all of the conversation about life beginning at conception, if it did, then in fact it wouldn't matter where you were born, it would only matter where you were conceived, which would be hot, right? You could just have like your honeymoon in the US and you'd be an American citizen.
Hell yeah.
Right? I mean, that'd be hot shit, right? Yeah. But in fact, it has to do with where you're born. So American citizenship passes through the uterus. So we have a lot of disgust and concern about these brown uteruses that will create these brown American citizens. We know, of course, that there is angst about these poor uteruses that will create poor citizens who will have become burdens on the state. We know that we have such angst about certain kinds of women not having uteruses that just last week in this country, we have innovated uterus transplants so that a group of women for whom the fertility rate has dropped dramatically in this country can now begin to have children at advanced ages in this country, in part by making reproductive choice almost obscenely available to some groups while making reproductive choice more narrowly available to another group. And so let me just finish real quick. So if we think that vaginas are disgusting, if we believe that the uterus is a dangerous space of the creation of the wrong kinds of citizens, if we are deeply disgusted with women's bodies and we communicate that to our girls from the beginning so that a lot of their brain space goes to that rather than to other things, and if we believe that it's perfectly reasonable to have public conversations about this, then we shouldn't be very surprised that sexual assault becomes a regular part of the life experience of girls and women, because after all, girls and women's bodies are not for themselves, they're really meant to serve the purposes of others. Add to that, right, our particular disgust with certain kinds of women's bodies, particularly poor women, brown women, and black women, and big women, and trans women, and queer women, and you have a recipe for all of these public policy questions. So I guess what I would say is, yes, what you asked us to do last night was to try to back up and think about a set of big systems that operate down to smaller public policies. And so I just try to do it with just one piece, right? Just one piece that is often thought of as definitive of our womanhood, even though we recognize that it is not fully definitive of what constitutes women.
Thank you so much, Melissa. So, from big picture to the most human picture, and thinking about politics and power and oppression and opportunity and beauty. Helen. So Helen, I'd love for you to share. We've been reflecting on your work both in really women's rights and the women's movement, and also the connection to sort of the economic issues, and that for families and for low-wage work. And we'd love to hear your thoughts about kind of lessons learned, and both from philanthropy and also your insights on in the private sector. Okay, go for it.
So I think this is a great conversation we're having, and I'm delighted again to be part of it. And I do try to think about the intersection between women and economic issues. And one of the frustrating questions that still gets asked a lot that I just hate is, why are so many women still in poverty? And what frustrates me is that the way you ask that question, the assumption, I don't mean you, but I mean the larger world, is that women are in poverty because of something they do.
They did, yeah.
And I think I have spent my career, certainly at the Ford Foundation and perhaps even before that, trying to help people understand that women aren't doing this to themselves. That what we have out there in terms of a society and in terms of jobs and the way we're structured keeps women in poverty. And so think about the jobs that women have. And we've talked about this some, but I'm going to go over it because I think it's critical. We talk about having paid sick days. Just try to imagine your life if you never had a single paid sick day. So that every day you took off, one, you wouldn't get paid. And if you took off 2 or 3 because you or a child were sick, you have a very good chance of getting fired, and at a minimum getting sanctioned. So there's the very first, easiest example of women have jobs with no paid sick days, and they lose those jobs. And it is not because of something they have done. Women don't have paid leave in many of the jobs they have. Again, you read these horrible stories, or you meet people who tell you how they have a baby and have to go back to work in a week or 2 weeks. Try to imagine that. Again, and that's just having a baby. Everybody has family, and some of those family members get sick. One of the things I love to talk about in terms of paid sick leave is in New Jersey, they passed paid sick leave. Do you know why? Governor Corzine was in a horrible accident, and he spent a lot of time in the hospital, and his family came to visit him because they could do that. And that got him thinking about what paid leave was all about. So I guess maybe I'm saying everybody should be poor for a month or 6 months. But if you don't understand what it's like to live in this environment, you really don't understand the concept of why women struggle and why they remain poor. And now there are so many other things that we're looking at in terms of jobs. Women are in part-time jobs. They don't want to be, they want to work full-time. But companies have been ratcheting back and making full-time, traditionally full-time jobs now part-time, either by cutting hours or at a minimum making the hours low enough so that they don't get the benefits. If full-time workers get benefits and part-time don't, push your workers down to part-time, you don't have to give them benefits. So that's another issue. Now we're beginning to understand and talk about scheduling. And I think, again, people have begun to read about what kind of schedules workers, and it's not just women, but indeed there are a lot of women whose schedules change every week, every 2 weeks. And you think about the implications of that. What do you do with your child care? If you've got child care, but now you're not working, so you can't pay that person, or they've changed your schedule, so you must have child care, and your child care can't be that flexible and change. What if you're working 2 jobs? And again, we know this is very common because the wages are low. You can't restructure that second job because your first job has changed its hours. And then finally, what if you really are in school trying to improve your education and skills, and the new schedule now conflicts with your work hours, with your school hours? So I just mentioned these as some examples and why at Ford we worked incredibly hard to shift the conversation away from why women are poor, as to what kind of jobs people have and what's the matter with those jobs. That's our conversation, and that's where we should be focusing. So I know I'm almost out of time, and I'm going to mention one other issue very quickly, and that's the work supports and benefits that many of these workers are still entitled to because their wages are low. This is another set of systems. Most benefits like food stamps or Medicaid are managed out of state agencies. And these state agencies over the years have become so bureaucratic and it is so chaotic that getting one of these benefits can take days. Well, there you are, you're working full time. How do you spend the time in the welfare office to get the benefit? And assuming you even can manage the time to get one, they make you come back again for a second or a third. Then every 6 months or a year, you're asked to recertify that benefit by proving you're still entitled. And if you make some small mistake or miss that deadline, they throw you off the benefit. And they call that the recertification process, and we call that churning. In some states, 30 or 40% of the caseload churns every year. Think about that. You lose the benefit that you're entitled to because you missed an artificial deadline. Now, Ford and Casey and OSF and a number of other foundations, Kresge, have been working with 6 states to figure out how to modernize and simplify those systems. And it turns out the states want them to work better either. Bureaucracy and red tape is not sort of a political left or right issue. Nobody wants the system to function this badly. And so one of my hopes is that after the 6 states show us how it can be done and how you can modernize and simplify your system, that other states and the federal government will take this on as well to help make women's lives more manageable. And so I think these are some of the things we can be doing to make lives better for women and take the onus off of them to be perfect.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Helen. And so, Wendy, you've been on the front lines, connecting with families, with advocates, with legislators. What are some of your insights around the lessons learned and how we're moving forward?
Yeah. So I'd be remiss if I didn't just offer my quick thanks to Helen because we met over a dozen years ago, and I was at Casey, you were at Ford,
Right.
And this was just at the moment when we were first conceiving of the idea of family values at work. And it was incredibly frustrating, as you've said, and I watched and learned a lot from you. Frustrating, hypocritical to be having a conversation about ending welfare as we knew it without this conversation about reforming work. And I think Vivian said this last night, you are a gracious and generous mentor, and I really felt like we were co-conspiring in that moment to build what would become Family Values at Work. So thank you for being a risk taker. When we started Family Values at Work, we knew that there were 5 things that we needed to change. We needed to make sure that anti-poverty advocates were thinking about reforming work, right? We needed to make sure that work-family advocates absolutely had low-wage women workers in mind as they were doing their work. We needed to make sure that economic justice groups were seeing the issues that Helen is talking about, not just as marginal women's issues, but as absolutely core to what a good job is. We needed to make sure that women's groups, mainstream women's groups, absolutely had these policies as centerpieces in their platform. And we needed to make sure that policymakers, politicals, were seeing that women wanted more than just the right to an abortion, that in fact caring for your family, raising your family, is absolutely a reproductive justice issue. And we started as a peer network of 8 states. This was right on the heels of when California had won the country's first paid family leave program. And these were leaders from, a handful of states who were doing it on their own, trying to pass policies like paid sick days and paid family leave, and decided to come together as an intentional network to raise money together. It was very hard to raise money on your own in a state context. To do the long slog of policy work, that it takes a number of years to get that done. And fast forward to today, this is more than a dozen years later, and we are now 24 states strong. There are 29 places that have passed a paid sick days policy across the country. This is a bare minimum standard of a couple of days a year to care for yourself or a loved one. For the common cold, right? There are now 3 states that have established family medical leave insurance programs for, to guarantee that you have wage replacement when you are out to have a baby, when you are out to adopt a child, when you're out to care for a loved one who has a very serious illness, to take care of yourself when you have a serious illness. This is now more than 28 million workers and their families who have been impacted, who have benefited. And we have, over time, changed these dynamics, right? You can see that change in a little over a decade. And I'll say, I have 2 minutes left, I think. I'll say 2 reasons why, primary reasons why. One is this ethic that Marjorie talked about in the beginning. You do not do this work unless you have the most impacted workers and families at the center of it. This is about Nancy Yarbrough, who is, a big part of the coalition in Wisconsin that's trying to pass paid family leave there, who, got active, started talking to her neighbors, went door to door, organized events, and completely silenced, a legislative committee room in January when she said, what choice was I supposed to make? My mom had 2 heart attacks. There's no way I was going to abandon the woman who raised me, in her passing. So of course, I took a month out of my work. It was totally unpaid, and I was completely unprepared to deal with the economic hardship. But I don't understand why you can tell me that I wouldn't make that same choice again and that I shouldn't have the support to do it. And the second reason is because we have made it imperative that these coalitions who are fighting to pass these laws in states are broad and diverse and inclusive. And that includes organizing across the generations, as you guys are talking about. And it absolutely includes business owners like McKinney Howell, who is our hero in Seattle at this point. She is a very successful restaurant owner. She's got Plum Bistro, and at this point, 3 or 4 other businesses, including a fabulous food truck, right, and a great cookbook. And she got involved in the paid sick days campaign and in the fight for 15 there because, as an entrepreneur herself, she said, I want to know that the jobs I'm creating are good jobs. I want my workplace and my restaurant to be a part of this community ethic. And I know that when I do these policies, they're absolutely good for my bottom line. And it's McKinney and others who are standing up, who are changing the conversation about this is not an us versus them. This is a, what does an economy boosting job look like? What do we all need?
Excellent comments that laid out a phenomenal picture about what we're looking at from both some of the challenges and the deep-rooted nature of it, to also where we're really seeing progress, breakthrough strategies, and some sheroes in action. So I'm going to ask one more quick question of all of you, and then we have an amazing audience. I'm going to bring people into the conversation and then have a moment for some closing comments. But at the heart of this, whichever way, if I picked off of any of your comments from each of the 4 of you, which were brilliant, is I'm thinking about power and accountability. And because, that's just sitting there. That's the elephant in the room. Because this is common sense, this is smart, this is dignity, this is respect, this is what the world should be. So what's the problem? So I'd love for you to just in whichever way you'd like to answer, just take 2 minutes, if you would, to either address really, how do we have a new power paradigm, quite frankly, that put the kind of values and perspectives and issues at the center, and or how do we hold systems accountable? If we even think about a democracy is of and for the people. Hey, almost in 100 years have been voting. kind of exciting. Jeanette Rankin was the first a woman elected to Congress, but it wasn't until a whole long later that Shirley Chisholm came along. Like, we just have to just, let's be thinking, we weren't quite fully invited to the party, and we're still knocking on the door. So I'd really love to hear your provocative thoughts on how do we rethink power and accountability. And let's shake it up a little bit. We are going to start with Melissa.
Well, maybe to go back to so why in 2008 didn't we stand up and go, oh my God, capitalism doesn't work, right? So that's actually like American Politics 101 question that we ask for everybody getting a PhD. It's just like a standard question. Why is there no socialism in the US, right? So, you know, there's an answer. Everybody knows the answer to why there's no socialism in the US. Race, right? It's like a one-word answer, right? So, so the answer is that you don't build class consciousness in a country where race has been more important. And so, you know, you end up with a book like What's the Matter with Kansas, where the question is asked, oh, you know, what's wrong with working class white folks that they don't understand their economic interests and instead seem to vote against their economic interest in order to prop up their racial interests? And I mean, that seems to me like a very odd question because actually, no, they're voting with their racial interests, which seems to actually work out pretty well. And so, like, the idea that one's economic interests are inherently more the true interests as opposed to one's racial interests is a weird way to read the world. I think Chris Rock was like, no, white folks are going to just ride whiteness out as far as they can. So, you know, this is one of the things that happens with the Democratic Party when we talk about the gender gap. There is no gender gap. Please stop saying that. Don't go around and tell people in the world that there is a gender voting gap. Stop. Shh. That's false. There's an intersectional voting gap. So in fact, the majority of white women vote reliably for the Republican Party and have not stopped really at any point. So in the last presidential election, 56% of white women voted for Mitt Romney, although God bless Mitt Romney this week. Just God bless him. Hell yes, Mitt Romney. So feel free. But you know, but for the Republican candidate, and when you look at 2014 in the midterm elections, the percentage of white women voting for the Republican Party is much higher than that, right? So very high voting totals for the Republican Party. When you look at the gender gap, it's actually all driven by women of color. So it is a intersectional race gender gap. So I say that not to say white women aren't in coalition, but to say that this question of how you have power and accountability depends on how people understand and think about their interests. And so even as I just did my riff on this whole question of gendered bodies, right? Those gendered bodies are still, and I'll go super fast here, are still understood as racialized, so that the question of, for example, rape and sexual assault is still so profoundly racialized. And I still think about the wives of the men who kill Emmett Till standing on the courthouse steps, wrapping their arms around their husbands' necks and kissing them and hugging them and being proud of their husbands for having murdered a 14-year-old boy and having protected them from potential sexual assault despite the fact that they are mothers. And you know, and we are watching this even in a contemporary context. And so I think as we build these coalitions, we just have to be very sober that history is not something in the past, it is with us now, and we can't do like weird flattenings of our gender politics or of our class politics as we seek to build coalition.
Thank you, Melissa. Can I go to you next, Helen?
Sure. So one of the things I think I've learned and we've learned a lot about in terms of power is how much energy there can be when you build a base. And so we talk about base building and we also talk about the intersectionality. And I know that Wendy works at this a lot in the Coalition at Family Values. But just to give you a few more words about it, there is enormous power in our communities and people, millions of people are struggling with these problems, and it goes, as you know, way beyond just a women's agenda. So some of the new allies around this are, for example, immigrant groups who are totally struggling with the kind of issues I mentioned in terms of jobs. In fact, it's many of their jobs that almost started this, so that, and the immigrants were the least able to stand up and say, you're not paying me my full wage, or why is my schedule being changed, or why have you shifted me to part-time? Because even if they're documented, they're in families, they're in communities where this is a risk. Yeah. So we have turned a lot of our jobs into bad jobs, and I think we need the power of those voices in our conversation about how do we change that dynamic. So it is about who are the folks at the base, what are the stories that they can tell about their lives, and how do we work across the many intersections that we still struggle with. I mean, there's no question that this isn't easy, and people can only approach it from their own life issues. So how do we learn to listen better? How do we learn to mobilize better? How do we learn to step back when it's really not our personal life on the line, and know that we're doing this for colleagues, for others, for folks in our community, and that in the end, we will be improving the economy for all if we help these people. And that to me is how, and I think we're doing a much better job building that kind of power, but it's slow.
Yeah, thanks, Helen. Wendy, your quick thoughts on that.
Yeah. I think there's an accountability inside the movement, and then I think there's an accountability that the movement can hold. So the thing that I've been sort of, taken by over the past year or two is that, okay, I told you 29 laws on paid sick days, 3 laws on paid family leave, all of this over the past decade. And I, as a queer woman, had a growing realization that we're not actually winning in the right way, right? So we're not winning policies that are inclusive of all of our families. Yeah. And I think that's the moment where we started taking on more accountability inside and saying, we need to be organizing. We need to be organizing across not just workplace justice groups, economic justice, but labor, LGBTQ rights, reproductive justice. To know that, and then this shifts to the external, we are winning in all the same places, we are losing in all the same places, and half the country is left out, if not more. And until we figure out how to fight together, and that our fight is actually the same fight against a very deliberate opposition, and that's the accountability we need to hold on the opposition, we're going to continue losing, or we're going to win marginally, but not big way.
Very well said. Kavita, your quick thought on accountability or power, and then we move to the audience.
So I'd love for us to think about accountability and power across borders, because I feel that the United States still has an outsized influence on the rest of the world. When you sneeze, we all get a cold, and we don't have sick leave either. Seriously. So I think actually I would love more of and in some ways I think it has to do with the death of socialism in this country. Actually, there was an international socialist movement that actually consciously connected people in this country to people across the world because it was one movement. That has disappeared, and interestingly, part of what Islam represents for many people is actually a coming together across borders. It's an ummah, it's a community that transcends borders. What if the women's movement could create that kind of accountability transnationally across borders for the world we need?
Well said, well said. Thank you, thank you. So let's bring the audience in. Just raise your hand, because we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to do, this is always my dream to be Oprah. I'm going to be speed dating with questions here. Raise your hands high. No shy, come on. Because what I'm going to do is, nicely done. Go around and have, if you can, because we are live streaming, I'm going to ask you to quickly say your name and your organization and your one not run-on sentence or question, because we're going to take them all, because we want to bring you into the conversation, and then I'm going to go on down the line and let you all answer phenomenally as you will, and a quick answer, a response to what you're hearing from the crowd. So let's start over here, and we're going to pop on down. Thank you, Janice.
Okay. Oh, a mic. I love mics.
You do, and you know what? The mic, one moment, concise, so we get everybody in.
Great. Ellen Taylor, Beehive Cooperative. A lot of the failures you're talking about and the excesses are the failures of capitalism. I know you have all said that in various ways, but that's it. We need to put more energy and money into developing women's cooperatives. Everybody can have cooperatives, but women in particular. We work horizontally. This is what we do. This is what we are. And that's all I'm going to say about it right now.
Awesome. Thank you.
And my question is...
And your name is, though?
Septina with UNA Women Affinity Group. My question is I know Ellen is a class act in this and a tough one to follow, but what is your position about women leading organizations and changing those trajectories? Do you have some information on that type of data that they're actually embracing policies that are changing the paradigms and shifting this conversation?
Great question. Okay. Veronica, want to get over there? Keep going. Veronica, start here. We'll go back.
Hi, Mindy Reiser, Vice President of an NGO, Global Peace Services USA. I want to pick up on what Wendy quickly talked about, and that is the role of unions and whatever happened to the Coalition of Labor Union Women. And I want to say an incredibly powerful group are the Immokalee workers who work in the tomato fields of South Florida. They are amazing. They have a national campaign going on now, so check it out.
Great, thank you. Okay. Okay, Karen?
Yes, hello, I'm Karen Mulhauser, and this panel has caused me to think of the intersectionality of Karen Mulhauser, who started out doing medical research and then ran NARAL, then did peace work. And I now spend much of my time as the chair of the United Nations Association of the USA. And a lot of our work is related to the 2030 UN goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, and I'd love to think about how we can think of how the domestic work of a lot of the organizations in this room can be linked to the global work through the Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you, Karen. Okay.
Hi, Donna Butts with Generations United. Thank you for talking about organizing across generations. I wanted to add in a couple of lyrics from a song called Glory that Common and John Legend wrote for the film Selma. No one can win the war individually. It takes the wisdom of elders and young people's energy. So let's embrace the fact that many of us who started many years ago are now elders, and let's embrace it and get involved. Stay involved.
Great. Can you pass right behind you? Donna?
Donna.
Right behind you?
Diane Wright, Right Path Strategies, and the conversation of getting more men into the conversation.
Great, and to the gentleman over there?
Speaking of men.
Getting the men into the conversation. I'm Mac Odell. I started as a Peace Corps volunteer in the first group going out to South Asia. Too long ago to even imagine. We got set off by JFK on the White House lawn. And I've been working in community development, community mobilization, and women's empowerment now ever since. And I'm so happy that Kavita brought up the international side of this, which I felt until this minute was lacking, because when we talk about the poverty of women in Kansas or wherever that are earning only $36,000 a year, I'd like to focus on the women that would dream of earning $1 a day. In India, in Nepal, and in Africa, there are a number of extraordinary women's empowerment programs that have lifted women right out of poverty based on literacy savings, led microfinance, and so forth. Those programs have reached hundreds of thousands of women, and nobody talks about them. They've been, I think one of them has been evaluated that lasted through the Maoist rebellion. But these programs are extraordinary, and we don't hear about them, and nobody's putting any money into them. They're staggering along on their own.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to, you guys get shorten your questions. So 1, 2, and then 3. So back there, why don't you go first because you got the mic, and then you two go, and then we're going to wrap it up.
Thanks. My name's Risa. I work with the Aspen Institute Sports and Society program. My question is for Helen. Going back to something you said last night and connecting to what someone else just said about generations, there's this narrative that I hear quite often as a millennial feminist that millennial feminists aren't doing anything, or that we're not doing enough, or that we don't appreciate what the generations before us have done. And as someone who feels that my life lives in contrast to all those comments, I'm curious, what is it that some of the not original feminists, right? But like your generation of feminists would want to see from millennial feminists to know that we do care and we do appreciate what's happening. And what can we be doing to prove that?
Thank you so much. Great. Okay.
Hi. Ronit Avni, 2 points. One is that I'd like to go back to what Melissa was saying
really
about
short, you gotta, okay.
The millennial view versus the short-term tactical. Mm-hmm. We're missing a view of mutual obligation and the sense of intrinsic worth of pluralism. Without that, we're going to be making those tactical gains, but not the long-term gains. So my question is, as we're talking about getting pieces of the pie, we are seeing people running away with the pie in the new economy of the venture capital, where less than 4% of all women get that VC funding compared to these billionaires. So the pie is running away. How do you see us tackling that in a long-term form?
Thank you so much. And then the last question over there, and then, so we're going to go on down the line.
It's there.
You were right there. So we're going to go on down the line, and because the next panel does start at 10:30, keeping us on time. So we get 5 minutes? We get 5 minutes. All right, don't let these people know. Well, no, I'm teasing everybody. So your quick question, and then we're going to go on down the line.
Hi, I'm Nicole Rogers, founder and co-director of Family Story. I have a question about sort of thinking intersectionally how and across different sort of issue silos, how changes to family structure and particularly to marriage in this country have impacted women. And I think about this a little bit as sort of marriage becoming used as a little bit of a dog whistle. When we talk about the importance of marriage and promoting marriage, it seems to me we're often saying that women of color who have higher non-marital birth rates are in some ways to blame for any of their hardships. And I'm wondering, my big sort of paradigm shifting idea has always been about how do we think about the individual unit of sort of dignity of a human outside of their connection legally through marriage, and how can we do better sort of as a movement of people who care about women, and particularly poor women and women of color, in sort of pushing back against the idea that we need marriage for security or that marriage is best for all of our families or necessary in 2016.
Fantastic. Okay, so we are going from marriage, millennial feminists, more focus on global, oh my goodness, how women's leadership changes organizations, the power of unions, collectives, socialism, capitalism, and accountability and power. So, bring it, and this is, we are not going to answer it all. This is about how we're going forward. So we're going to do sort of literally 1-2 minute answers, because we're going to, these are the right themes, the right questions, the right people, phenomenal leaders here in perspective. So we'll keep it going, and the next panel will also continue on some of these themes. So Wendy, may I ask you to pick your
So here's my way of making sense of all of that.
Pick what you want.
These issues are they're experienced as intensely private, and they're actually incredibly systemic. And so we have to move out of the realm of this is my fault and this is my problem and nobody else is feeling this way or experiencing this, to we need to change policy, we need to change systems in a very major way. I talked only a little bit about how we do the work. There's no way we do the work without elders in the coalition, without unions as a major partner in the coalition, without millennials. Millennials changing family structures massively, right? Like radically changing family structures. They're unions, right? This is the same fight, right? Elders who are still very much in the workforce and, caring for partners, caring for grandkids. So these are what the coalitions look like. It is not just about passing the right policy. It is absolutely about the long game and how we change the conversation going forward.
Thank you, Wendy. Helen.
Yeah, so just to pick up also on a few, I think the issue around millennials, I agree millennial feminists are on board, but what about the rest? So I think that there are young people, again, who feel, particularly young women who feel, men too, we've won this war and we don't have to fight it anymore. And we are all saying, that's not true. Not only have we not won it for all, let's look at the populations for whom this has been a real non-starter in terms of winning wars. So that's where we want millennials to get into the game. And I think that they're incredibly important. The discussion around women's organizations and shifting to them, that's been a huge issue that we've worked on at Ford and other places. Women's leadership and women-led organizations around issues that they care about. Some of them from the immigrant community, Immokalee Indians, a fantastic set of groups, set of folks. We use them also to get out front and show how you work with business, how you can set a standard that you can hold business accountable for. So they're an excellent example of that. So all of this, I think, is moving. It needs more energy, more power, more funding across the board, no question about it. But I think we're headed in the right direction.
Thank you, Helen. Melissa.
Yes, millennials are my favorite. For real, the main reason, the main way that we know that we're old is when we start mocking you, so don't worry about it. That's just how it works. Our hip hop was better, our feminism was better. It's all just bullshit, don't worry about it, you're fine. Any given generation, it's never everybody. Jesus only had 12 friends, one of them was whack too, so it's fine. Don't worry about it, it's fine. That's just, who cares what the old feminists want you to do? Just do what you're gonna do, it's fine. You are right, patriarchy will not save you. It is the number one thing that is most irritating for me from a president who I most enjoy all the time. Just really, almost everything my president says I am into, except like Jay Johnson. I just really wish he would stop deporting people. Stop that, Jay Johnson. Where's the camera? Stop deporting people, Jay Johnson. But other than that, like, I pretty much really am down for my president, except really every time he does the daddy thing. And I get it, because daddy pain is a real thing. It's a real thing that people emotionally feel, but it is actually true that if his father was around, he would actually not be president. So it is actually sometimes fine for daddy not to be around, even if it is personally painful. And so I actually think that we could talk about these things separately. So we could talk about our emotions and our feelings about a thing and the structural realities of a thing. So it can be painful, for example, when one's abusive parent leaves, and it can be good for one's abusive parent to leave structurally, right? So both of those things can be true at the same time. And so maybe we just need to have more complex conversations within the context of, and so in a heteronormative context, when we make new family structures, that will not be without emotional consequences. But life sucks and it's hard, and so people will have to navigate difficult lives, and it makes us better humans. In fact, all kinds of great research that you should name your kids funny things because it makes them better leaders and stuff. So actually don't ease the way for your children. Actually make life a little more difficult for your children. And then on the thing about the economic pie and who's running away with it, my main solution to that is no one gets to pass on more than $1 million in wealth to their heirs, period. Just full stop. All the rest of it goes to everybody else. Just redistribute that shit. Why, after you are dead, should you get to pass on more than $1 million? So $1 million, and after that, no more. So if you had rich parents, that's cool, but that doesn't have shit to do with you. You didn't earn that. You ain't come up on that. If you want to have some bootstraps, here are your bootstraps. You get a $1 million bootstrap. After that, that's right. I said it. I don't have a TV show anymore, so I really do not care. Death tax that. When you are dead, give it away to everyone else. Everybody starts from the beginning. And then how might that look? Because then all that wealth that y'all earned on the backs of all the enslaved people and Jim Crow, so all that wealth that you're earning, good, enjoy that, spend that, have a good time with that, and then leave that here because you are dead. And let your kids, who you already invested in, because you already invested in them in the college and the summer school programs and all of that, leave it all behind and watch what happens when everybody gets to, spread it around a little bit. So that's my solution to people running off with it.
You go,
I have a train. I have to go be on an 11 o'clock train to New York.
Okay, go. Bye. Take good care. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Don't run too fast in those heels.
Oh, no, I can run in these, yes.
Okay. We'll see you soon. Kavita.
So, such a wonderful panel. I think the question for me, thank you so much, about connecting what is happening in the rest of the world. I think it is really hard when you sit in the richest country in the world to remember just exactly how incredibly poor people are outside of this country. So this is not a question of, I hate this whole hierarchy of oppressions, okay? So I'm not going to say, oh, poor women in India are living on $1 a day. That's not the point. The point is this miserable system has been exported as though it is the solution to all problems in the rest of the world. It is not. It was built, as Melissa said, on the backs of colonialism, which exploited physical things from our parts of the world, and then brought it over here, and then used slave labor to actually turn it into something, into that capital that we all worship and bow down to. That is not acceptable in today's world. So there is incredible organizing. There is incredible mobilization. There is, Rima Ben is here. There is incredible strength and courage. When people said to me after that horrible rape in India, oh, is this such a terrible backlash? Does this mean things are going backward in India? I said, hell no. The reason that it happened is because women are going forward. Because a poor man sold his land and came to work as a day laborer in an airport so that his daughter could get an education. 10 years ago, 11 years ago, 15 years ago, it would not have happened. So things are changing in the rest of the world, and they are not changing because women are sitting back and hoping someone is going to, drop some good, charity on them. They are really pushing the agenda. They are mobilizing. They are working intersectionally. They are working with Dalits and untouchables and labor movements and peace movements. And I have every expectation also with regard to the funding that will change, because we have billionaires in our countries, and it is time, speaking of Anne's comment on accountability, to hold the people who made billions of dollars through this existing unfair economy in our countries accountable for putting money back into the women, into the issues in our parts of the world. And that is what I think a new global philanthropy model should look like.
Thank you, Kavita. Before I sort of thank the panelists, and we're going to close out and segue to the next conversation, just a few thoughts that I think are going to carry forward from this really wonderful, powerful framing, provocative conversation about what is the future and really where have we come from. And I think Melissa said something really important. Let us not flatten the issues. Let us not skate over the history. Let us be clear. Let us go in with eyes wide open and minds open and really commit together to what it's going to take. Because it is simply as simple as what is best for your family should be right for every family. There is no other. There is only us. And in a world where we are exponentially every day becoming sort of more unbalanced, with this incredible concentration of wealth, not just in the top 20%, not just in the top 10%. It's now getting a conversation between 1% and 0.01. This is not sustainable. And so we are sitting on the answers of the path forward. And as someone who's sort of been in policy and on the ground level and on philanthropy, to hear sort of a framework like intersectionality becoming alive in so many different ways, where my mother used to say a couple years ago, what are you talking about? And she is a smart woman. That's a paragraph. What does that mean? But it's not, a vision, a term from many, many hundreds of years ago to phenomenal work by leaders like Kimberly Crenshaw. It is a way of seeing. It is a way of being. It is a way of asking. And so how that comes in from wherever we sit our work and moves us all together, because I think, Wendy, you said it beautifully, if we don't win the right way, frankly, what's the point? So join me in thanking Wendy Chun-Hoon, Helen Newborn, Melissa Harris-Perry, and Kavita Ramdas. All righty, so we are going to segue, and is the other panel ready? There. I'm going to say nice things about LaShawn Jefferson. So one thing is the panel's coming as the other panel's coming up. Okay. Can you?
Okay. Yeah, okay, here. They should have been ready. This is not tight. Great job, Wendy. So everybody's going to go on break now. Is LaShawn coming? Yeah, they're right up there. Okay, they have to get back. Okay, because they would have done a more smooth thing. Well, okay.
gosh, you guys. Yeah,
We're now trending nationally.
Oh my God.
Do you stick around for a little bit?
I am. I'm just friends with the ladies who will be definitely here until almost to the end. I just have to catch a plane, so
Fun.
it is. It's great. It's such a wonderful group to work together.
You are part of it. And like it's I'm going to start off in 1 second. Are they ready to go? Bring them on. Bring them on. Okay. And we're hashtag. Okay, hashtag women first. Okay. I'm going to say nice things about you. Hop up. I'm going to intro you. I am. I'm not going to miss a chance on that. Oh. All right, everybody. We're going to get going here. Squeeze and a hug. Okay. Okay. Okay, so
and the room is kind of emptied out.
So bring everybody back in. People they're getting their coffee. So a couple quick things as we get started and we get people back into the room here. People might have taken a quick break. Because I want folks to hear. So one thing that's super exciting right now is this is about the conversation in the room, but also the conversations that of how people are engaging in this out there across the country and across the globe through the live stream. Last night, we were trending here in the Washington metropolitan area. I am pleased to say with hashtag Women Forward, we are trending nationally. Let's keep it going, turn it up. So be tweeting, be putting your comments, your ideas out there. It is very powerful to see this momentum going. So on that last panel, we did not have time for what was going to be my last question, but I want to give this question to all of you as leaders in this room. We are going to have a White House summit coming up on May 23rd. This is a wonderful opportunity to celebrate the accomplishments and the leadership of this administration. It is also a wonderful opportunity to ask for a few more things. So if I had had a little bit more time on this past session, I would have asked our distinguished panelists, what if you could wave your wand? What would be the executive action, the executive order that you might like to ask for? And so I want you to be thinking about that because I think that's part of the work going forward. And obviously every presidential election gives a time for us to push forward the ideas and the agenda. But we have an opportunity to be thinking about what is the work to be done in partnership with the Obama administration that is very committed to how do we move women, girls, and families forward. So with that said, we are setting up an amazing panel of some of my favorite friends, colleagues, and sources of inspiration. This is a very dynamic crowd, people who are leading on the front edge of some of the most important solutions. So with no further ado, it is my pleasure and privilege to introduce my dear friend and colleague, LaShawn Jefferson. And LaShawn is probably one of the most insightful, ask tough questions, take it head on, but she has lived in the world and worked in the world of global and domestic and human rights and women's rights and economic justice. She has been on both sides of the cutting edge of policy and advocacy and also working within philanthropy, which sometimes you have to be a policy and an advocate there to build the investment agenda to really fuel these solutions and these strategies. She's one of my favorite people and one of the most distinguished leaders. So LaShawn Jefferson, it is my pleasure to give the car keys to you.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here today. Can you all hear me? Apparently I have a scarf that kind of interferes with things here. I'm very ruffly today. So I'm glad the room didn't empty out. I was a little bit worried between last night's panels and this morning's, which were exceptional, that people would kind of flee. So I'm happy to see all of you here. And really happy to be among our very esteemed panelists and to have been invited here by Anne in particular to both celebrate Helen Newborn, a dear colleague at the Ford Foundation, and to talk about women's economic justice issues as the revolutionary issues that they are in fact. as we were discussing this panel and kind of placing it in the context of the day, I think that this is the rare opportunity to talk about the kind of the theory of women's rights and of economic justice and of social mobilization and of strategies and of best practices, but really getting to some of the nitty-gritty of it as well and to talk about solutions. So the way we've organized the panel is really that the esteemed panelists will have about 5 minutes each to talk about framing really their approach to the work. And the best part of all of these panels really is you and the discussion and the Q&A. So we're going to err on the side of brief opening remarks and then a discussion among the panelists and the moderator, and then moving to Q&A. And we have a trusty timekeeper who's going to make sure that we keep to that. But in order to provide very brief introductions, I wanted to first introduce Vivian Nixon to my left. Reverend Nixon is Executive Director of College and Community Fellowship, an organization committed to removing individual and structural barriers to higher education for women with criminal record histories and their families. And you can read the fuller bios here. It's just to give you kind of a flavor of who's on the panel. To Vivian's left is Dr. Nicole Mason, who is the Executive Director of the Center for Research and Policy in the Public Interest at the New York Women's Foundation, and an inaugural Sin Fellow at the Aspen Institute. And she has an upcoming book, which is called Born Bright, A Young Girl's Journey from Nothing to Something, which, as we were preparing for this, we realized could be pre-ordered on Amazon, and no, that's not a plug.
Thanks, Sean.
To her left is Kristen Rowe Finkbeiner, who is the Executive Director and CEO and co-founder of Moms Rising and Board President of the Moms Rising Education Fund. Kristen and I have actually known one another a while through Ford Foundation, and what I can say about Moms Rising is that it's a revolutionary online organization, and you can read more about it in the bios. So this panel is taking place during a kind of phenomenal time in U.S. history, and it's both a time of opportunity and maybe even a time of worry. And by that I mean we have, and it's not to put too fine a point on it, legislative impasse. The national level, it's been happening for quite a while now. We have the paradox of real progress among women's rights in the US, educational attainment, workforce participation, arts and culture, and yet we also have real disparities along racial, ethnic, and sexual orientation lines. We have both divides and collaboration and solidarity within the women's rights movement, which is to say that what we describe as women's rights is changing over time. Who constitutes the women's rights movement in the US is changing and is varied and depends upon your perspective and where you sit. You have solidarity across environmental issues, economic issues, sexual and reproductive rights and health issues, economic justice issues, et cetera. You have the absence of meaningful social safety net programs and progress in this country. Without politicizing this event, obviously since 1996, there has been a dramatic change in what we consider to be social safety net and how low-income women and their families can rely on it. We have continued demonization of poor women and their families in this country, and I would argue an invisibilization of them, actually, and these kind of extremes of the haves and the have-nots. We have some people speaking up and telling other people's stories. By this I mean there's a pretty significant divide between who makes policy for and about poor women and their families, and how poor women and their families and their voices themselves are included in policy-making decisions. There's a bit of disconnect there. We have women leading across the social justice sector, actually, on the positive note, which is to say that they're leading on very gender-specific and women's rights issues, and in fact on non-women's rights and non-gender-specific issues. We have an abundance of evidence, which was referred to yesterday, that shows that investing in women's economic equality is good first and foremost for women and their families, but is good for the nation and good for the world. And yet, despite that empirical evidence, we have a dearth of policies that will actually improve women's access to economic justice. And so part of what we want to do with this panel is really step back a bit and talk about how these big systems that we've been talking about for a day and a half now are taken up by the grassroots, taken up at a very local level in terms of organizing, mobilizing, thought leadership work, and really articulated as frontline solutions, and dare I say best practices, but let's say better practices in terms of solving some of the hard economic social justice problems that we find in our communities. And I guess I wanted to start first with the Reverend to talk in particular about the work she's been doing in the arena of criminal justice reform and with formerly incarcerated people, and give us a kind of big picture analysis and insights into her approach to the work.
Thank you so much, LaShawn, and thank you to everyone here at the Aspen Institute for inviting me here today. I'm very happy to be part of this celebration of women's history and also to have been part of the great celebration of Helen last night. So we talk a lot about intersections involving race, gender, class, sexual orientation. But there's also issue intersections, right? There's economic stability and security for all people, public education, public health, religion, and all types of issues that we work on. And I go to a lot of these events that focus on women's perspectives about the issues that are important to our society. And I make one consistent observation. And it's not a criticism, but it is a very consistent observation that rarely among the issues that are seen as a critical intersection in the work that we all do are issues around criminal justice. And those people and communities that are most impacted by this huge system of criminalization and incarceration that we have here in the United States. And where women are concerned, most of us don't really realize that women are the fastest growing prison population in the United States. In 2010, there were 1 million women under criminal justice supervision, which signifies a growth of 646% from 1980 until 2010. 1 in 19 Black women is incarcerated, 1 in 45 Hispanic women, 1 in 118 white women. 73% of them have mental health issues. And 81% of the girls in the juvenile justice system have experienced physical or sexual abuse. 63% of the women who are incarcerated are primary caretakers of minor children. And with that, they experience hardship through policies, the ASFA law, which removes their parental rights after incarceration of 24 months. 1 in 25 women are pregnant upon arrest, and there are many states which still legally shackle women while they are in labor and giving birth. There are states that have passed laws to illegalize that practice, but many of those states do it anyway. Enforcement is not at its best, to say the least. So what are the solutions? Let's talk about some solutions. Where women and men concerned, there's a certain dialogue right now around criminal justice reform. We need to stop comparisons between violent and nonviolent crime. I can explain why later because I don't have time now. We need to stop seeing victim and victimizer as polar opposites because they're not. The majority of victims in the US are Black and brown men, and it's followed by women. We need drastic sentencing reform. We need to end collateral consequences and understand that this is not about jobs in rural communities, because the only people that work in prison who have to work in prisons are guards. Everyone else can work in the free world. Secretaries, janitors, administrators, bookkeepers, teachers can work in the free world. Move that money into other types of public sector employment. We need fewer police. We need education in prisons, not to encourage individual responsibility, but to help people understand their place in the world, to deal with the harm that they've caused, and to find solutions to reconcile that. We need to dismantle the myth that private prisons are the problem. 92% of our prisoners are in public institutions, only 8% in private, and in states that ended Private prison contracts, incarceration actually went up. We need to dismantle the myth that private prisons are exploiting prison labor. Out of 2.3 million prisoners, only 5,000 are working for private industry. That's human sacrifice. Starting to talk about mass criminalization instead of incarceration, because nearly 70 million people, half of the US workforce, has a criminal record that bans them from some type of employment. Half of the workforce. We need to ban the box on those consequences, ban the box on employment, ban the incarceration of the mentally ill and addicted, ban it all. Criminal justice doesn't impact bad people only, it impacts mothers, daughters, sisters, aunts, and nieces, many with severe trauma in their backgrounds, and children do not stop loving their parents when they go to prison. One more line. When people go to prison, we treat them as if upon being convicted of a crime, they cease to be citizens and humans and a part of the community. That is an unintended consequences that can be changed. We need to realize, as Gloria Steinem would say, that even with our citizens who are incarcerated, we are linked to them, not ranked in the circle of humanity.
So one of the many points that Reverend Nixon has raised really is focused on the issues of whose economic security, that we talk very broadly about women and families, and yet we operate in a way that I would say is, if not hierarchical, certainly forgets and leaves out and further marginalizes the experiences of whole populations of people who, for example, have had some contact with the criminal justice system. And that when we're thinking about economic justice and solutions that are in fact deep and sustainable and meaningful, it really does mean including these communities in the conversation and measuring our impact and measuring our approach to policy and practices by whether or not it actually reaches and covers them. And I guess to transition, Dr. Mason, Nicole, to you, I want you to, again, step back a bit and talk about how the large systemic work gets manifest on the ground, and your general approach to the work, and specifically, obviously, as it relates to your book, since it's forthcoming. That's a lot in 5 minutes.
5 minutes, I have 5 minutes here. So I'm very excited to be here on International Women's Day. And doing this work, we don't get a lot of opportunity to reflect on our gains and what we've accomplished. And so I see this forum as an opportunity to be able to do that. So when I was thinking about the remarks, I had to think about my own journey in this work. So I started doing this work at 19 when I was a student at Howard, and I immersed myself in the women's movement, the LGBTQ movement, and movements for racial and economic justice. And I started volunteering. I started my work volunteering at a battered women's shelter in Northeast DC. And it was there that I saw firsthand the intersections between violence against women and economic vulnerability, particularly as it relates to low-income women of color. 2 decades later, I'm a single mother by choice to twins Charlie and Parker, which I believe is made possible by many of the gains and the work of led by women, women of color, and LGBT communities and other leaders. So I want to first, before we start talking about strategies, and I think I want to push this a little bit to talk about our blind spots and the work that we still have to do. I believe that the work that we're talking about here that is left unfinished or that we still need to do is not only about thinking about the intersections of race, class, and gender in our work, but the intersections of structures and institutions in our society as well. And over the years, what I've realized is that it's really not so much about articulating the issues and talking about statistics and getting the numbers right. And there's still a lot we need to know, but it's really about strategy and the how, and who we center the work around. So in the few minutes I have left, I want to start out and share a story with you that I think will put the structural and systemic issues that I think we're still facing, and I think we should be moving towards into context. So by all accounts, my children are living dramatically different lives from the one I lived as a child, and those of the nearly 21 million children who live in poverty in the US. Thankfully, they've never had to experience hunger, homelessness, or direct or indirect violence, and generally have their emotional and physical needs met on a daily basis. They also attend a high-performing rural resource public school in my community. But in a casual conversation with one of the teachers at their school, I learned about a homeless student who was having trouble focusing and concentrating in class. He, along with his siblings and mothers, lived in one of the local shelters in the city. In kindergarten, he was already far behind and needed extra support, much more than the teacher could give. In that moment, the sharp contrast between the lives of my children and the lives of their classmates was palpable to me. I believe that he deserved the same chances, supports, and opportunity as my children. But he was already slipping through the cracks of multiple systems. And so for me, and what I began to think about was, how do we work to make sure all children and all families have what they need to be successful and to thrive? And I think that's the question that we haven't been able to successfully answer, given the number of low-income and poor families in the US. And I think we're being dishonest when we say that the homeless child or the child of in that family is as well positioned for success and opportunity as the middle and upper class child. And so one of the things that I want to do, and I think we'll continue to do, is really talk about what are the necessary preconditions for success and opportunity in our society, and how do we get at those? And those are larger than individual programs and resources. We're talking about systems and structures, and also building the public and political will. And then I want to talk about what things need to be at the center of those conversations, who needs to be there, and how we shift the narratives. And so I'm going to end it there.
Thank you.
Is that good?
Thank you. Yes, yes, she was exactly on time. And Kristen, so picking up on that, really, which is how you, in some ways, approach the work from the systemic level, but what's really happening at the grassroots level to bring kind of policy to the forefront.
Thank you. Well, I want to start by saying Happy International Women's Day. Yep. And I want to have a moment to reflect on the power of women, the power of moms, and the power of people, as we talk also about grassroots engagement. And so would everybody who is a mom just raise a hand? Let's give a round of applause. Now, everybody who at any point in their life has ever had a mom or has a belly button, please raise your hand.
That's everybody.
Now, this is our movement. This is who we are together. This is something that unites us. We all, at some point in our lives, have had a mother. And it's so important to celebrate the power of mothers, the many roles that mothers play both in the labor force and out of the labor force. And as we celebrate that, we also have to acknowledge that we have a changed economy. Women are 50% of the labor force for the first time in history. And my son says that I say too many stats. And so I need to have jokes. And so I will start with a joke. And that is, why did the mom cross the road? To get to work, like 73% of other moms, right? So we have, moms are 3/4 of the primary or co-breadwinners in our nation. This is an amazing change, but our public policies haven't yet caught up with that. We are living in, as our US Secretary of Labor says, a leave it to Beaver country. That is not our country. That is not our world. That is not what's happening. So at Moms Rising, we're bringing together moms and anyone who's ever had a mom to listen to our members, to hear what their priorities are, and to open avenues for busy people to share their stories, to have power, to enact change, and to take action where they are prioritizing action to happen. And I want to share a little bit. We did recently a survey of our members, and we said, what are your top priorities? What is going on? What is most important to you? Now, I'll share as background to this that the Moms Rising membership is multicultural. Our membership mirrors the US Census in terms of racial and ethnic demographics, and we have members in every state in the nation. So we have over 1.3 million members. We're still growing. We've had a 200% increase in engagement. Yay! But also we have over 5 million readers. So this is the audience to whom we ask this question. And the answer was, what is most important to us is access to health care, access to fair pay, access to racial justice and equity, access to fair treatment for all immigrant families, access to paid family leave, to sick days, and to affordable child care. Please, can we have it already? It costs more than college. That's the priorities. So we are bringing together the voices of moms and anyone who has a mom to be a powerful force for those policies. And we're bringing together in a way that we're hoping flips the frame. Because guess what? We have a bad frame on motherhood in America right now. Being a mom is a greater predictor of wage and hiring discrimination than being a woman. And women of color have increased wage hits on top of that. It is a disastrous situation. The average pay right now for women is 79 cents to a man's dollar, according to the US Census. Moms are making 69 cents, and women of color are making as low as 46 cents. So what do we do to solve this problem? Well, it turns out that those policy priorities that our members prioritize actually solve the problem. And I have a couple ways that we're seeing the power of real people have such a significant impact, a greater impact than we thought ever was possible. The first way is sharing our own stories. How can we open avenues for leaders, the media, for each other to hear our stories? How can we open avenues to know that it's not an epidemic of personal failings? We have structural issues that together we can solve. And at Moms Rising, we are trying to do that, and we are doing that every day. The other thing is to name the problem and name the solution really quickly. Like, I got kind of depressed sharing those stats. I mean, did you all feel a little depressed there for a minute? That's depressing, right? So when we name the problem, and then we name the solution, and then importantly say, we're in this together. Can you invite your friends, your families, your neighbors? Can you invite people to engage with us? We are growing organically because we are always offering avenues for people to build the movement where it matters to each of us in our own communities. So name the problem and the solution. The other thing is to open avenues for engagement and action at multiple levels, both online and on the ground at the same time. So why? Why are we doing that? Well, I like to remind people that 80% of people in the United States of America who are low-wage workers don't have access to a single paid sick day. Now, if you don't have access to a single paid sick day, how are you going to have access to take time off to actually go physically lobby, to actually go volunteer? That is not possible. So instead of having a ladder of engagement, we like to call it the aggressively happy rainbow of engagement, and we like to offer lots of ways, lots of colors on the rainbow for you to get involved. You know, everything from being your own media outlet on Facebook or Twitter to taking action on the ground with other people. We had lots of folks out in Maryland this week with capes on at the Maryland State Legislature fighting for paid sick days. And so there's lots of ways to engage. So those are just 3 of the lessons learned of how structures are actually changing. And I'm excited to say in closing that we are winning. We're making huge advances. One of my favorite advances recently was helping in New York State to get a special prosecutor in police brutality cases. And of course, we've worked with many of you in the room on advancing paid sick days and paid family leave and childcare in red and blue states alike. So yay to the power of moms. Happy International Women's Day, and I'm so honored to be here and honored to work with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. So, I mean, each of you has spoken about different strategies. Some of these strategies mean bringing people into the conversation who have historically not been in it, including formerly incarcerated people. Some of these strategies meaning not only having access to information, but actually understanding the impact of that information, which is to say, a 600% increase in incarcerated women over however many decades ensures multi-generational poverty for reasons that we all understand in this room. The strategies include, in some ways, upending the consumeristic approach to mothers in this country and the kind of glorified and demeaned role of motherhood in the country, and mobilizing actually around that for both gender-specific needs and for non-gender specific needs. It means having a very holistic understanding of, for example, having a son or daughter or a person who is homeless in a high-performing school actually is not going to result in the type of meaningful equity and outcome that we would all expect in this room. But I want you all to both take a moment to talk about it and looking at your respective work. Are there some emerging practices that you would highlight for this audience as being kind of the most promising, the most compelling? No one in this group thinks there's a silver bullet. We're not that naive. We're all too old for that. And yet, when you look ahead and look back, where are you seeing, where are you most excited? And what are some of the ideas you want to further share with the audience?
So that's a great question, and I'm certainly most excited about the issues that my organization works on, even though there's a lot of reasons to be excited about criminal justice reform these days. It's actually finally become one of the most discussed issues of public policy in our nation. Specifically, though, I focus on access to higher levels of education for people who are currently incarcerated. And I do this for many reasons. And I also work on issues for education for people when they come out. What education does, far beyond what, from the criminal justice frame point, it's all about recidivism. All of the data about college education for people in prison says that their recidivism rates are reduced by as much as 43% if they go to college while they're incarcerated. And that's a great goal, and public safety and less recidivism is important, but it's the type of education that a liberal arts degree offers people that concerns me most, because it's not just about getting a job and not recidivating. It really is about reframing one's mind to think more critically about who they are in the world and how they engage with the people that they're around, and how they respond under pressure, so that they don't respond with activities that are not productive or criminal or violent. Ignorance is really one of the reasons people commit crimes. All kinds of crimes are driven by ignorance. Inability to think about a different way to deal with an emerging crisis or a current crisis. So at College and Community Fellowship for 15 years, we've been working with women in and out of prison to ensure that they think about higher education as a way to ensure that they're able to get out of prison and rebuild their lives without getting caught back up in that cycle. What's really exciting right now is that at many levels, the city, state, and federal level, people are listening. The Department of Education just released an experimental sites initiative to return Pell Grants to prisoners in a selected number of prisons. Partnering with universities around the country who applied to be part of this experiment. They got over 250 applications. They've just recently narrowed it down to 180, and we are in the process of making those selections right now. So for the next 5 years, they'll be offering Pell Grants to colleges to teach in prisons and then evaluating the results. Similar stuff is happening on the state level in New York. So it's a very exciting opportunity right now.
So, note the balance between state level approaches, more national level approaches, but an approach that's nevertheless rooted on education as a pathway toward economic security, but that it's an approach that also considers the whole person, that people commit crimes in communities as a part of larger systems, and that how they get treated once they're no longer incarcerated really is rooted in community involvement and in understanding, in some ways, how the prison system follows them for decades afterward. Nicole, can you build on that specifically in terms of what you're excited about, and again, what you want to share in a very specific way in terms of approaches and strategies that are either being tweaked or you're very excited about, and something we discussed in the preparation for this, maybe what we're not even paying attention to. So I've added on to what you need to do in the same amount of time.
So I'll be very brief about what I'm excited about. I'm excited about a few things. So I'm excited about the living wage campaigns that are happening across the state. So organizations, pretty much grassroots organizations, demanding higher wages and better quality jobs. I'm excited about that. I'm excited about paid sick leave campaigns. I'm excited about the two-generation strategies, efforts at the state, and in some instances the federal level, that I think are important to linking both moms and children to resources. I'm also excited about the narratives and the shifting and people creating platforms to be able to get their message and help to frame conversations around poverty and economic security. in terms of where I see that we have some work to do, or that I'm excited that we might be thinking about doing more of this work, is thinking about how do we create more connected communities. And by connected communities, I'm thinking about what do families and individuals and communities need to be able to be successful? So we're talking about quality schools, we're talking about low levels of crime, unemployment, quality institutions like libraries and communities. We're talking about grocery stores, all the things that we know that you need before you can even begin to think about economic security and what you want to be. So when people are necessarily preoccupied with securing those basic necessities, they can't think about anything else. And they also make choices that many of us who have those things might not think are choices that we would not make. These are constrained choices. So what I'm excited about is being able to think about those larger structural and institutional problems that we haven't been able to wrap our heads around in a significant way. And moving from episodic, like there's one bad apple or there's one thing, and moving to looking at the larger landscape. And I think many grassroots organizations, including Black Lives Matters, where they're thinking about, like, Trayvon Martin, but also focusing on these larger systemic issues that make Trayvon Martin and these other cases, Sandra Bland and these other cases possible. So that's what gets me excited when I think about this work.
And to pick up a little bit on some of the comments from the earlier panel today and yesterday, so I think the challenge that is before us as activists, as philanthropists, as people committed to, as policymakers and other stakeholders and people committed to social justice, within which falls economic justice, is the ability to hold in our minds a complicated set of endeavors that interact with one another toward a common goal or solution. And again, I think we act against this, which is that we silo things because they're easier to understand. And yet, when we look at, as an example, the movement for Black Lives in this country, it really is, and a core message has been a reinvestment in community as preventive. That's schools, that's access to work, that's safety, that's police accountability, but it's an entire menu of things. And we tend to both atomize and choose our lanes, and we work on those lanes deeply. But that's important. Deep expertise is important, but as we're seeing from this panel, it's externally important also to connect across these different issues areas for far greater effect, and particularly for far greater effect in reducing economic inequality and the specific gendered nature of that. But Kristen, I wanted to turn to you about, again, what you're excited about, where you see possibilities, and to talk more specifically about some of the strategies of Mom Rising, which is in some ways challenged. I mean, if you know anything about motherhood globally, again, it's both praised and demeaned. And it's demeaned because there are lack of policies everywhere that really support motherhood in any meaningful way. And it's praised because you're kind of self-sacrificing in your life. But what you all have been able to do is really to upend that and to mobilize and revolutionize motherhood in a way that's directed at social change in very specific ways related to women, but also beyond that.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the question. I want to pick up on your silo issue. The silo that you raised is so important because this is something that we learn from our members every minute of every day. There are no silos between our issues when you live your life. We used to keep our stories that we bring in. I like to think of Moms Rising, and this is a lessons learned, as a breathing organism. We breathe in the stories, the experiences, and we listen so deeply to our members. And then we breathe out by opening avenues for our members to be empowered, to be heard, where their voices can have the most impact. And our member service, what we do is we work with over 200 policy partners, many in this room, thank you again, to find the ways to respect the time of our members where they can have the most impact on the policies that they prioritize. And so in this breathing, we used to silo, and we still do, the stories in our database by issue area. And then all of a sudden we had members being like, hello, all of these things are happening to me every minute of every day. You know, you might have these pretty little sections of your website about facts of the different areas, the issue areas, about childcare, about racial equity and justice, about paid family leave, about fair pay, but actually that's happening to me every day, every minute as a person. And so how do you live with the both and? And I think one of the biggest answers, one of the biggest lessons learned is absolutely 150% that listening, that deep respect of members, of people's experiences, and then also that making sure that when we take action, we're taking the right action. So for example, when you go into a community and you say, hi, what would you like to do? And the biggest issue in that community is deportation. You don't say, let's work on childcare. You know, you immediately get to work on making sure that immigration policy reform happens, that it's fair. 2/3 of people who are impacted by immigration policy reform, by the way, are women and children, and often left out of the entire conversation. So intersectionality is key. It's also how we win. It's how we win any of our policies. We're all in this together. We are absolutely all in this together. And Patricia Hill Collins, one time in her writing, she talked about instead of having a linear way of organizing, we should have a wheel where it's a taking of turns about issue priorities that are most important to different communities. And that is our goal at Moms Rising, which is to make sure that we are representing the whole of our members and not the linear parts. And it's complicated, and sometimes we mess up, and sometimes we don't, you know, but together we are winning, which is the important part. So that's a key lesson learned. And another key lesson learned is that we absolutely 150% need to make sure in our country that we're talking about the fact that when we talk about economic security policies, we often don't talk about criminal justice policies. We absolutely often leave those out. You know, we talk about childcare and paid family leave and sick days and fair pay, and we don't talk about the fact that the highest growing prison population in the United States of America, which has the highest incarceration rate in the world, are women and moms. And so we must intentionally address ending mass incarceration and other ways of making sure that our criminal justice system is actually fair. And so those are parts of lessons learned. The other thing is be nimble and responsive. I want to talk about that for a minute. We think of our issues as surfboards. Does anybody like to surf?
This is Washington. No one's surfing. They're all
I'm
busy.
the West Coast. So you wait with your surfboard, this your issue plank. And then when your issue comes through the news, you ride the wave of change instead of making it flop you over. The other last point is that if you can't make the newspaper, be your own media outlet. Now this happened with Moms Rising accidentally, but we have now over 3,000 bloggers. Every single person can be a media outlet in their own right. We have a readership reach to 5 million, and we recently had a 1-hour tweet chat on overtime regulations that exceeded 128 million impressions. That is power. So if you can't get in the newspaper, you can be your own media outlet. And that is another lesson learned, that your voice matters. And that's what all of these lessons come around to. Your voice matters. Hope is important. Hope is, you know, hard to come by these days, but hope is important. And knowing your voice matters, I think, is important too.
Thank you. And before we move to Q&A, I lost track of time. Is this 5 minutes before Q&A or 5 minutes left altogether? Which is it?
10 minutes left.
Oh, so then we should move to Q&A. So as I said at the beginning of this panel, one of the most exciting parts would be the questions from you all. And now we only have 10 minutes left for that. So I do want to move to hearing from you all. You've had some provocative things said on the panel. You've had some things said that you know and you're being reminded of. And I'm going to exercise moderator discretion by not grouping the questions together because I really do want us to hear the answer. So, and if I don't call you by name, don't get offended. I just happen to know June, and I'm starting on my right, June. And then I'm going to move to my left after that. And please keep your questions brief and clear.
Okay, June Zeitlin with the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. I want to thank LaShawn and the whole panel. I want to raise one issue that I don't think has come up, but relates directly to...
And it's not CEDAW.
No, I'm not going to go there. CEDAW, she made a plug. We're trying to ratify CEDAW, which is an amazing human rights framework that covers all of these issues, and you can do it in your city, and if you want more information, see me later.
Yes.
Okay, but the question that I wanted to ask was about transformation right here.
Yeah.
And in this particular area, we've talked a lot about change that's needed, overtime, minimum wage, paid sick days, but we haven't talked about the groups, and particularly women, who are excluded from these basic labor rules. And if we want to talk about transformation, I think there are two areas specifically to look at. One, where President Obama has really made a major change in covering domestic workers under the Fair Labor Standards Act. So for the first time, they'll be eligible for both wages and benefits that accrue to other workers. That workforce is mostly a workforce of women of color and immigrant workers. This is a huge change. It not only changes the conversation, but is really the inclusive economics that we're talking about. The second change, which hasn't happened yet and nobody has really brought up here, is restaurant workers. Most of them live on what is called a tipped wage, which is $2 or $3 an hour. It's almost inconsequential to their paycheck. The main way they survive is through tips. Well, think about another area of work where the employer is not paying the employee, but depending on the customers in order to support them. That workforce also is primarily women of color and immigrant workers. And I think the Restaurant Opportunity Center has done amazing work in publicizing that, but most of us don't really think about it when we walk into a restaurant. So I'd like to hear what you all are thinking about or possibly could do at the state level as well as the federal level to include tip workers in any increases to the minimum wage and get rid of this two-tier system, which is really a legacy of slavery and patriarchy.
Thank you, June. So great. And I'm actually going to ask, again, moderator discretion here, Kristen, to answer part of that question. And I'm going to re-articulate it, which is how have some of the strategies you all use at Moms Rise been able to capture and reflect the, if not constituencies, the power base, the restaurant workers and domestic workers, for example, that June is talking about. Is that fair? Okay, thank you.
I'm really happy to share that Moms Rising does work closely with ROC and the National Domestic Workers, and we supported and continue to support changing the tipped minimum wage. It's $2.13 an hour at the federal level, ridiculous. That is a policy priority for us at the state and federal level. So we work in concert with, in collaboration with, in coalition with, and we support. Similarly with the National Domestic Workers, we work in concert with, collaboration with, and sent in over 10,000 letters to the Department of Labor relating to the updated labor standards so that the inclusion of domestic workers is advancing. So it's an ongoing battle. This is not an end. This is a beginning to working in this area. And so what we've been doing is looking for ways that lots of people can have an impact in those areas as well and opening those avenues too.
Thank you. And I'm going to beg the indulgence of Aspen because I know we started late. And so while we only have 5 minutes, I'm going to ask for 3 minutes more on top of that so that we can take 3 questions from this side. There is a young lady, so just give me 1 second. I can't see you, but you right there. Yes? And then we'll have 2 more questions, then we're going to close in the interest of time. And I'm sorry in advance.
Thank you. My name is Shireen Mitchell.
You have to stand up.
Sure, sure.
There you go.
My name is Shireen Mitchell. I actually founded the first organization to focus on women and girls in technology back in 1999. It's interesting to find out that we have this issue that everyone wants to talk about getting girls of color into STEM. What I do see, and I want to, Kristen, sort of point this at you, is that now as we can use online as a way to give our voices out there, the new frontier is the level of harassments and threats that happen to girls in particular. This is an old school technology conversation, but it's still the base conversation of our society in which when girls of color want to speak up or speak out, they are the main ones silenced. And in the data that I've been collecting, sadly, it's not just white men, but it's white women silencing these girls. And so as we talk about the next frontier, I'm actually going to South by Southwest. My voice was silenced. My safety was not taken into account. So we're now having a broader conversation, but that ultimately the next frontier is how do we make sure that the voices of these young girls can be heard, and when they speak up, they are protected. Because the truth is, the savior complex does not apply to saving young girls of color.
Thank you for that question, and I'm going to again, I'm going to ask Kristen to weigh in, but I'm also going to ask the other panelists to join in, because what's raised in part is what I see that question as being is you talk specifically about how do we find new platforms for new and different communities and voices to be heard. So this is that, and then the implications of that are a type of silencing. So if you could each maybe take just a minute to reflect on that, and then we'll move to the next two questions and we'll wrap up, because Anne will have my head on a platter.
Do you want me to go last?
Yes, thank you.
Well, we've experienced some very similar repercussions in the criminal justice reform community as formerly incarcerated people and the families of currently incarcerated people have lifted their voices in public and on media. Even blogs that I've posted, some of the violence and some of the really disturbing rhetoric that people put on the replies to my blog, it's frightening that people can have so much hatred in them. And I don't know the answer to your question, how do we stop that, except to expose it for what it is and to respond intelligently and not kind of respond in the same way to keep it up. Because I find when you don't give in to that kind of visceral reaction, that people, they just let go. They stop posting. I really am not an expert on technology, but that's my response.
Nicole?
Thank you.
What do I want to say about this? I just think that as we continue to think about our work, it's really important to remember that these issues impact different women and girls differently because of the intersections of race, class, and gender. So what I hear you pointing out is that the idea that when we're talking about women in STEM and girls in STEM, that access is not granted equally, and all voices are not granted the same kind of platform and audience. And as a movement, or as women doing this work, which I think if you've asked me, and people have been doing this work for longer than I have, so for 4 decades compared to my 2, that's one of the things we haven't been able to successfully address it head on. We haven't had the courage. I don't know what that means for us and how we continue to do the work as allies and in solidarity, but that's part of the work I feel needs to be happening.
I fully agree that more work needs to be done in this area. It's horrifying. I do think that organizations do have a responsibility to provide safe spaces for their members and to be on the lookout in those safe spaces. So one of the things that we do is we hold tweet chats where we have moderators on board, helping to focus the conversation and get rid of the trolls. Really paying attention to when we have members who have a story that they want to share, talking with them about, you might get horrible pushback. How can we support you if that happens? How can we be there for you? And it does happen. And we at Moms Rising internally, just so y'all know, we have a little listserv. It's like, oh my gosh, everybody go to the rescue 911 to this person who's our member online who's getting trolled. It shouldn't have to have a rescue squad like that, right? So this is an important conversation for us to all have together, because we're just attacking the symptoms, not the root problem with those. And we need to get to the root problem. And that is something that each and every one of us in this country is grappling with right now. So thank you for the question.
And I guess a final comment on that is picking up from yesterday's panel, this holy shift, step up, step back, step down, I don't know, was everybody stepping up in solidarity with that person, because then they have 20 million people to attack and not one. So I really do believe in collectivized effort for direct support and to deflect the attacks from any individual person. Because again, they have to attack a million of us, not just one of us. Final question from that side of the room. Oh, what a terrible, solemn, what is it from the Bible choice? I cannot end with a man for very political reasons. I'm going to take two. First, this man on the far left, and then this woman right here. But please be brief, and I'm sure I was just really impolitic then. So there you have it.
Well, I'm delighted to see two things happening here. One, bringing up the question of girls. We've talked a lot about women, but girls have been mostly out of the conversation. The other thing that hasn't been in the conversation so much is families. And we're talking about empowerment of women, empowerment of girls. How about empowerment of families? I think of Malala. Malala is an amazing case where her father, the family is the power behind Malala. The father and the family is what protected Malala. But what we need in our international work, as we empower girls, we also put them at risk. We put them at risk because if they speak out, if they stand up, they are risk for getting killed, to put it brutally. But sexual assault and all those things come with it. And so I think we need to think about how we empower girls, empower families to protect girls.
Perfect. And we're going to combine the questions. So we'll take your question with that. And you all will then be able to marinate that a little bit. Girls in the context of family. So how you both maintain their autonomy and ensure protection.
Yeah, hi, I'm Mindy Reiser. I'm Vice President of an NGO, Global Peace Services USA, also active in the American Friends Service Committee, and that's relevant. The question is for Reverend Nixon. I fully support your endeavors, and I think college education is very helpful. The problem, as we know, is college educations are now devalued, and folks with college degrees are getting jobs that maybe high school folks did before. So my question is alternative ways of returning citizens when they re-enter the economy outside of the prisons. How about cooperatives? How about ways that people can come together for some economic sustainability, intellectual support, spiritual support, working with unions when they come out for apprenticeship programs? We still need some of the skilled trades, as well as computer coding and so on. So alternative ways of looking at opportunities for folks when they leave the prison system and enabling them to really survive and sustain themselves.
And so we'll start with the question on girls in the context of families and specifically, family empowerment, and then move to a very specific, in fact, with a very specific question about alternatives to higher education given what's happening economically and given that everyone might not be getting a college degree. So, and very briefly, anyone who wants to take on the first question?
I'll take families. So, Moms Rise, and we do include dads. 10% of our membership are people who are men and have children. And we do see that it's important to talk about working families. Also, we hear from our members that they want a protected space because dads actually get a pay bump. They get $6,000 more when they have a kid. Moms get a pay drop. They get $11,000 less. And so we do hear from our members that that protected space to talk about how to lift women in particular, which also, by the way, happens to lift men and families, is important. So it's a both and, but it's also intentionally women.
And with 1 minute, because we're 6 minutes over, and I said it only lovingly that Anne would have my head on a platter.
So 30 seconds on families. Most people don't know this, but I want you to have this thought and then think about how hard it is to work with families in this context. The most violent institution in America is the family. Now, and not saying that families should go away, just understand that the gentleman's question is very relevant. We have to think about working with the whole family, otherwise we're putting girls into spaces that are not safe. Regarding the alternatives, I do believe in alternatives, but I believe more in choice. And what we believe at College and Community Fellowship is that a broad college education gives people more choice. There are many, many programs out there available to people coming out of prison that are geared toward training everybody to do one thing, one trade, apprenticeships with one type of union, but that doesn't offer the people who are in those programs a whole lot of choice. But they are available and they are needed, and you're absolutely right about the availability of different kinds of jobs.
And thank you for that. And you may find the panelists during some break and continue the conversation with them then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, LaShawn and Vivian and Nicole and Kristen. We're going to do a 5-minute transitions for our next panel. So you can step off, and then the other panel will be Mike. During our transition, remember these? We would like everyone to fill it out. Oh, I have it upside down. So this is, what are you doing to move women forward? Does everyone have one? Lift them, lift them. Let's see, fill them out. How many are filled out? Great. She's gonna take, they're taking pictures of them. Only 5 minutes, and it's not lunchtime yet. Yes. They're looking for you, Donna. Excuse me, we'd like to get started. Excuse me, we'd like to get started to stay on time. Losing battle. We'd like to get started. It's a losing battle, right? I think it's on. If everyone could take their seats. If everyone could take their seats, please. Thank you. We'd like to get started. Wendy, Vivian, Helen, Anne. We'd like to get started. So it's my pleasure, Anne, Anne, I know. It's my pleasure to introduce the Vice President of the Aspen Institute, Elliot Gerson. He is responsible for all of our public and policy programs. So, Elliot.
Thank you, thank you. It's always very challenging to follow a 5-minute break, which invariably becomes 15 minutes, especially when there's wonderful food outside. So I will vamp here for a minute or two, because you're here not to hear me, but to hear this wonderful panel. But let me just say, first of all, good morning. I met many of you last night, and I'm so thrilled to have this happening at the Institute. I'm also thrilled with the feedback that I'm getting already about the reaction to these conversations from the live streaming. It's obvious that there is a tremendous thirst for conversations like this. And it is really reflective of something that we think is very important at the Aspen Institute, which is finding ways to elevate the voices of leaders who are committed to really removing barriers in front of women and to elevating the importance and leverage of women and girls to make transformative changes around the world. And in that, I want to just note something that I alluded to last night, which is that it is intentional that we are linking these conversations between the importance of women and girls domestically and women and girls globally. Often those conversations take place in different venues with different audiences, but the issues are remarkably aligned, and we don't spend enough time, I think, recognizing that they are equally important in a domestic context and a global context. And that reflects also the way we are organized here at the Aspen Institute. We have quite a few programs focused on issues relating to women and girls and economic opportunity and inequality and poverty and educational obstacles and employment obstacles domestically, but we equally are focused on issues of global consequence, on global health, on global development, not just the program that Peggy Clark, who's going to be moderating this panel, runs on global health and development, but we also, for example, house the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs, which is really a largely female organization and network around the world of women committed to economic opportunity in developing countries. So this is something that is very important to us domestically and globally, as reflected in some of the programming today. So with that, and as your colleagues wander back into the room, I think I've delayed this as long as I can before I turn this over to my great friend and colleague, Peggy Clark. Peggy?
Great. Thank you, Elliot. Great. Thanks, Elliot, and thanks for your support of this effort, which has been really wonderful. I told my incredible panelists we're going to have to be really entertaining because everyone is sort of lingering out for their break. We are going to have lunch in just a little while, and then we have a panel with colleagues from the White House after lunch, so that's why we're rushing a little bit. Let me just say, you know, there are people that really ground you in the work that you do, and they fortunately keep circling back in life. And so I'm really delighted to have some of those folks on this panel today. This is the global panel. This is the panel about women and what's happening in terms of the sustainable development movement. And so we have three remarkable panelists. We have Rima Nanavati, who's traveled to be with us from India. Rima is the director of the Self-Employed Women's Association in India. SEWA, as it's affectionately known, reaches more than 12 million women in areas related to economic development, health, poverty alleviation, discrimination. It was founded, how many years ago? 42 years ago as a Gandhian organization. And I have had the really great pleasure of being with Rima on many different occasions and watching the work that she does. Initially, in the 1980s, when I visited her in Ahmedabad and learned about, really, in many ways, the power of the women's movement from Sewa and other leaders like Rima. So we're delighted to have Rima. Rachel Kite is to Rima's left. Rachel Kite was the World Bank's special envoy for climate change. She was extremely instrumental in the success that happened at the Council of the Parties Kyoto talks in Paris that just reached an agreement remarkably for climate change. She is now the CEO of Sustainable Energy for All, which is a new acronym I'm going to have to get used to, Rachel. She has won numerous awards for her work on women's leadership and environment. Many people today have been talking about the intersectionality of these issues. Rachel's life embodies that, which we're going to hear about today. But she's also a really, really powerful woman who every time I'm with her, we get into a lot of trouble. So I'm hoping that will happen today in this panel. And then we have a wonderful colleague to her left, Donna Calajon, the Chief Business Officer of Global Giving. Global Giving is one of the leading crowd-funding organizations in the world. They have a whole set of work around women and girls, which is one of the most vibrant pieces of what they do. And Donna will share with us some of her insights from that own work. And I think you're wearing an outfit that will be a part of the discussions with the G on it. Let me just say, I did threaten to the organizers we were going to start with a song because I was so taken by Kavita's Bread and Roses. If we feel so moved, we may go there. But I do want to say that I'm delighted to have you with us. We're going to save some time for questions and answers. But I wanted to just spend a minute allowing you to know who these women are who are sitting beside me and why they do what they do. So Rima, I wonder if you would indulge us just to tell us a little bit about how you first became aware of women's rights issues and the women's movement and how you first became involved in your own life. Rima.
Namaste. Good afternoon to all my sisters here and also brothers here as well. It's a good question that you asked, and I have never been studying the feminist movement, but somehow at SEWA we organize the women around their work, and we take a family as a unit of organizing. I got involved into the organizing of women workers, having born and brought up in a city of the textile mill workers, and my grandfather was leading the Textile Association, Textile Labor Association that was founded by Mahatma Gandhi. And having read what SEWA was doing for the waste collectors and the waste recyclers, I thought that before I move on to getting into the civil services in our country, I should really immerse myself and learn what the lives of these women workers are. And that's how I got involved into SEWA. It's now been almost 32 years that I've been organizing our sisters at SEWA, and I think they are my real source of strength and inspiration. They help me really become more creative, more innovative. And today I come here and, it's so amazing to be here on International Women's Day to share the lives and experiences of 2 million women workers that I work with.
Thank you, Rima. Thank you for being with us. How does it feel to be sitting here amongst some of these leaders who are dealing with some of these issues in the U.S. context? And are some of the things that you're hearing resonating with what you experience?
Very much, very much. And I was thinking that it makes me feel that there's so much of sisterhood and solidarity, because I was all the while thinking that it is the women workers that we work with. But I think that, women and poor and workers have the same issues no matter in which part of the world they live with. And we at SEWA come together as women, as workers, and as poor, no matter what caste, community, or religion we belong to. But I think the major issue that which has been talked about but in different context, is that though women work very hard, put in at least 16 to 18 hours of work, yet their work is not recognized as work. And I think this is what we all need to come together as women and as workers, to get voice, to get identity, to get recognition to the work. And I think in our part of the world from where I come, it is, how do you also organize to build your collective strength in your fight against poverty? You're not fighting against a government or a contractor or an employer, but I think the larger fight for us is the fight against poverty, which snatches away the freedom of the women. It makes them feel vulnerable. And I think by coming together, having access to the financial services, getting the work recognized, I think what we want to try and do is to bring back the self-respect and dignity for the millions of women and workers in our country.
Thank you, Rima. Rachel, let me turn to you. When did you begin to work on women's issues, and how did it become something that in so many ways has defined your career to date? What was the beginning of it? Your origin story.
Is Judith Zeitlin in the room, or did she?
June, where are you?
Yeah, well, I was in the 1980s. It's very painful. Well, it's one of those there's a profound moment going on in this country. There's a profound discussion going on in Europe at the moment about what it means to be Europe, what it means to be European, and a similar moment was taking place in the 1980s, where Europe was split down the middle. Half was behind a curtain, and the other half was not. And there was a discussion about how we would build a Europe that would represent the values that we wanted Europe to be going forward, not a colonial Europe, not a divisive Europe, not a Europe where even notwithstanding a curtain, you could put pollutants up into the air on one side and they would contaminate the forests and the streams on both sides. And both the leaders of the Soviet Union, who called for a common European home, and leaders in what was then Western Europe called for new institutions and a new set of values. And as a young activist, that with a U.S. nuclear missile at the bottom of my back garden, that was very profound, right? And so that spurred me into youth activism. I became very involved, and then I was organizing one of the first ever sort of youth environment conferences with young people from both formal, i.e. Soviet party organizations, and free youth organizations in Eastern Europe and Western Europe, and it took place in Oslo. And we had a press conference, and a very loud American woman walked all the way down the middle of the gangway in this press conference and said, "Who are you? And why aren't you working on women's issues?" That was Bella Abzug, and then it sort of went from there. But really, it's and then when you become a mother, and you think about how the limits of what you can do to protect your children when you can't control the quality of the air and you can't control so much that's happening. You try to, if you're working at the international level like I am, to root that work in the day-to-day experience of what it means to steward the environment as a woman, to respond to what is happening to the environment as a woman.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Rachel. So you were in Paris in the heat, in the hot white light of those discussions around the climate change negotiations. And it was a few years ago when I asked you to come to a meeting that was around women's reproductive rights as an environmentalist. I said, do you think there's any way that the environmentalist movement could begin to talk again about women's leadership and the questions of family size and reproductive rights? And most people responded by saying, why would we take on abortion? We're struggling with climate change. Why would we take that on? But you and other leaders made this clear line between the beginnings of the women's movement and where we are today in thinking about sustainability. So tell me what some of your thoughts are about how you make those linkages in your own mind, and whether we're making any headway in bringing these issues into the discussions of sustainability.
Well, I think something very profound happened in Paris in that the work starts now, right? We have to implement what was agreed, but what was agreed was that that we have to steward the economy completely differently, so that we don't leave anybody behind, and that we have an economy which delinks itself from pollutants, which are killing us and killing the planet and leave no hope for the future. And there's a corollary to the domestic debates that we're having in this country and in Europe and elsewhere. So people may feel that, well, those are just words. They're words which are deeply empowering, and they are words that were crafted by, in large part, all kinds of people, but women played a very, very important role in that. The idea that you can't leave people behind, the idea that the last mile has to be the first mile, was deeply entrenched in the activism which sort of changed the chemistry of the water in which the negotiators were swimming. You know, it was changed by activists from the Marshall Islands and activists from indigenous women from the Sahel, and people like the women in Savour sort of say, no, this has to work for all of us. So it's not just about, you know, having a numerical discussion about emissions coming from power plants in developed countries. It's about how do we build an economy which is more equal. And the fact that there were a key group of women in all kinds of different walks of life who actually were a big part of the glue that held it together even in the most difficult moments is a story which I think will get told in the years to come.
So I understand there's a HuffPo piece that says that there was something like 4 women, including yourself and Mary Robinson and Christina Figueres, who really were responsible for the climate change. But I personally can attest to working with Mary Robinson and running down the halls of UN General and standing there and arguing for the inclusion of women's issues. Do you know the article I'm referring to, Rachel? And
Yeah.
tell the group a little bit about this.
Well, I like the headline. I mean, because it's totally implausible to say there's 4 women or 5 women or 10 women or 100 women or 1,000 women. But what I liked about the article was the headline, which was about love, that it was love that brought about the Paris Agreement. And the one thing that I can say is that there were moments in the run-up to Paris where you felt ridiculous for aiming big, right? You're naive, you don't really understand, right? It's hostile, just as you testified to the hostility of working at the family level or at the community level. Expand that to the international community level. If you're outside of the consensus, or if you want to change the terms of the debate, the hostility, the violence of the language that you face is quite incredible. And so there were key women in key roles that needed support. They needed a safe space to go. And they weren't going to get it in their own government. They weren't going to get it within their own organisation, their own institution, even within their own country, perhaps. And so there was a tacit and then an explicit agreement by a number of women that no matter what happened, we all wanted an agreement. We may be oppositionally organised in terms of a negotiation. You might be with this group and I might be with that group, and we may not agree. But that we had more in common, and we were more angry about the fact that we needed an ambitious agreement, and that was our commonality. And I think that love that we showed for each other, for all of the other women who couldn't be there, was something quite profound. And I have to tell you one thing is that, you know, as soon as this was not a club, it was not secret, it was just. And you know, women being in solidarity with each other. But it immediately became characterized as a secret club of women, right?
Well, they have to put their frame on it.
But, well, any majority does, right? But that's why it isn't one woman or 4 or 10 or 15 or 20, it's thousands. And it's thousands of women organizing in unions, in environment organizations, in women's organizations, in government, in communities. It's the women of the Marshall Islands trying to protect their islands from going underwater. It's the women of the Bay of Bengal watching the prospect of 60 million refugees within the next 10, 15 years. So this is real. It's not a secret minority club.
That's great, thank you. Donna, let me turn to you. Global giving is really at the precipice of the beginnings of getting people to understand how they can connect with the rest of the world, particularly grassroots women and girls organizations. How did your own interest in giving for women and girls begin, and how does it manifest itself in global giving?
Right. So I have a person to call out who's actually in the room now.
Yeah.
So I'll call out Ann Mosley, who everyone here knows, who I was just a sort of blissfully happy senior executive at a once revered company in Washington, D.C., which was actually quite progressive and very focused on the opportunities for women, but kind of unaware of the dynamics for women and girls in the greater DC area. And I met Ann through the work that she was doing at the time with state legislators, actually. And it was a time when she and a few others, maybe one or two of whom are in the room here, were beginning to plant the seeds for the Washington Area Women's Foundation. And the Women's Foundation is one of about 150 funds globally. And this area did not have one. And so there was a, whether it's 5 women or 50 women, I think the original T, How Washington, for the organization of that was a handful, maybe 2 handfuls of women. And so through my association with Ann and Lori Weinstein, another founder who's here, I began to understand much more deeply that the Washington region was an area that was not unlike many other parts of the world, which is that, with more extremes. The most highly educated, most highly paid women, as well as those struggling the most of really any city in the United States or metro area in the United States. And that sort of started the ball rolling for me. I termed out on the board. I'm actually back on, I'm really excited to say. But I termed out and I got to graduate to the board of the Women's Funding Network, which Kavita is very familiar with. And so I spent 5 years there really understanding more about what the challenges were for women leaders in many different parts of the world, fiercely intense women in Eastern Europe and microfinance programs like SEWA and others. And so I got that perspective. And in the meanwhile, I left my cushy corporate job and thought that it made a lot of sense to go work for a nonprofit. That was a transition, and we could do an entire panel on. But I think it gives me a little different perspective than many of the folks here today. And so I joined Global Giving about a dozen years ago. And Global Giving, for those of you who aren't aware, is, as Peggy sort of alluded to, we are the oldest and actually the original and only truly global crowdfunding platform. So organizations from 165 countries have become part of our community and used our platform not just to raise money, but to also get access to tools and training and resources that they need to thrive. And so I bring my personal interest in particularly economic self-sufficiency for women and girls, and that lens to my work at Global Giving. And we see that many, many donors, hundreds of thousands of donors, bring that same interest.
Great, wonderful, thank you. Rima, let me turn to you. For many in the room who may not know much about SEWA, tell us about the philosophy of SEWA, what you mean when you say self-reliance of women, how you have had this miraculous growth that I think it's maybe been your whole career working with SEWA. But start by telling us a little bit about the philosophy.
As I said, we at SEWA very firmly believe that poverty is also a form of violence with the consent of the society. And what I'm talking about here is the women workers in the informal economy in our country. So they may be, women working out of their homes, rolling BDs or Indian cigars or incense sticks or stitching garments, or women selling fruits, vegetables, other eatables on the streets, or these are women who collect waste and recycle it or work as construction workers or small farmers. And since we were born out of the Textile Labor Association, which was founded by Gandhiji, we at SEWA very firmly believe in organizing with values. And these are the Gandhian values of, women coming together as poor as workers, no matter what caste, community, or religion we belong to. So it's basically a sisterhood and solidarity that we firmly believe in. And we also believe that, poor and women and workers, their issues are the same across the globe. So we come together, and we organize around with a value. And we very firmly believe, having 4 decades of experience, that organizing is a most powerful way which enables the women to move out of poverty. And it does need investment of time and resources, because organizing has to happen at the base of the women. And our second major learning has been that one has to work on an integrated approach. So with organizing, you bring collective strength, you bring voice and visibility to the work of the women. But we also need to work on asset creation, capital formation at the household level, build their capacities, and provide the basic services, which is healthcare, childcare, insurance, and shelter to the women. And this in itself becomes a very empowering process for the women themselves. She's able to speak up. Her work gets recognized. She has now an identity. She's able to participate in the decision-making processes. And then I think there's no looking back.
So the story of SEWA that you tell is a really beautiful story. I know that at the founding of SEWA, it was very, 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 very difficult for anyone to imagine that the poorest women in society, who had the most menial tasks, would have any power. And maybe for many of us, it's hard to square what you're saying with some of the stories we hear, particularly about young girls in India and violence against women. Tell us a little bit about your perspective on what's happening right now in India for women as it relates to the story of SEWA you're telling.
I think we are all in the 21st century, and I felt really so reassured and in sisterhood and solidarity listening to the previous speakers on the 2 panels. And on the one hand, we are developing, we are all talking about big numbers of growth and development and, millions and millions of jobs that has to be created. But at the same time, we all were experiencing that how there is racial discrimination, or how women and girls are also at more risk and feel more vulnerable. And but I think it is women, we very firmly believe, who are the future of the development of the world at large. And we also very firmly believe, as Ilaben, our founder, always says, that it is women, their work, which is going to bring about peace in the whole world at large. When women have productive, meaningful work in their hands, they not only think of their families, but they think of the society, and that's how they work on peace building as well. And yes, I think we do have to talk about, the kinds of suppression and oppression that women do face, and young girls in our country as well, and in our part of the region as well. But we also are very hopeful that, as you know, I would say that one of our founding members, Chanda Ben, who was a old cloth seller in the city, and she needed small credit, you know, just 100 rupees, which is close to $2 a day, and yet they were not having access to that small credit, which is the case even today in our country. And in one of our meetings, she said, oh, why can't we have a bank of our own, which nobody would have dreamed that, you know, poor women whose work is not even recognized. So I think women have the power to bring about a change. The situation could be the same. So today, the members of SEVA has shown that women are bankable. We have our very first all-women cooperative bank, which is owned and managed by the shareholders who are these very women themselves. We have our own insurance cooperative, which works nationally, which shows that women can and you know have an insurance. Women are running the Trade Facilitation Center, which is connecting the producers across the region, and they are bringing about regional integration through trade. So we have women who are running their own managers' schools so that, you know, women can be into the mainstream. So I think creating an enabling environment through their own coming together, through their own union, through their own cooperatives, I think women can bring about a change.
Interesting. So, Rachel, do you agree with Rima that women are the future? And as we sit here, you know, we've just, for those of you not involved in international development, come to the end of the Millennium Development Goal Challenge. Huge progress for girls in education, declines in maternal mortality, yet still a lot of work to be done, particularly in terms of economic opportunities and political participation. But the new goals are called Sustainable Development Goals. And instead of 9 or something, there's a lot more. There's 17. And how do you see the role of women at the center of that discussion? How will you personally work on those issues? Tell us a little bit about how you see this next phase with the Sustainable Development Goals.
So this is important for this audience and for people watching on live stream, is that there's something fundamentally different about this set of goals than the last ones. These are universal. These are for you here. They're not a set of goals that were agreed for the developing world and then a goal added on, which was, oh, and the developed world should be in partnership with the developing world to get there. These are for all of us. And this flat world that we were talking about this morning requires different values in the economic system here, as it does in India, as it does in the UK, as it does in Togo, as it does anywhere. So think of 17 goals where miraculously the whole world agreed. Everybody's in. There was not one reservation on those 17 goals. May have been some reservations outside the room, but they all gabbled it down, right? Now put on top of that, 2.5 months later, an international agreement with everybody in, not one single word in opposition, that said we have to completely change the way that we organise our economy, because we have to grow and develop and provide services without a reliance on carbon. In fact, the economic implication of what was agreed in Paris is that not very soon after 2050, we have to have energy systems, transport systems, cities, land use, forestry, agriculture, the way we feed ourselves, the way we clothe ourselves, the way we move ourselves around, the way we power ourselves. All of that will have to be done in balance with the planet's chemistry. So we talk about zero net emissions. That means that for everything that you put up, you have to be able to take it out of the atmosphere. That is delinking growth from carbon. That is imagining that we could have a revolution in productivity, this time energy productivity or carbon productivity, the same as we had in labour. If you think about the way that labour became more productive between like 1850 and 2000, the rate of increase in productivity was tenfold. Well, we have to have a more than tenfold increase in carbon productivity in about 30 years. Wow. Now, it can be done technologically, but can it be done equitably? Can it be done without social disruption? Can it be done in a way where you can have hopes and dreams for your kids? Right, so that's what we all agreed last year. So now we've got to get going. Now, if you imagine that the companies and the industries that will emerge at the end of this transition, because I firmly believe this transition is possible, they are not going to look like the companies and the industries going in, nor will the governments look the same. We can't afford parliaments with only 10% women. We can't afford boardrooms with one woman if you're lucky. We can't have energy companies that don't have any women, engineers coming up through the ranks who don't have women in the boardroom, who don't have women in management. We have to have different looking institutions, different organizations, different people at the table in order to have different decisions. So absolutely, I agree with Rima. I work for Rima now. Sustainable Energy for All is a platform of governments and companies and institutions all dedicated to the idea that everybody can have access to clean, affordable power soon, and that we can do it in such a way that we do have a transition in our energy system. And people like Saver need to be able to go faster further, and that's my job now. But this will look different at the end of it, and women will be a big part of that difference. If not, I just don't see, who was it who said, if you just keep asking the same question but sort of shouting it louder, don't be surprised if you get the same answer. We have to be asking different questions, having different people around the table, and getting different answers, and that means having many more women in the room.
Good. So, we've talked about intersectionality, and also often in international development, we're beginning to talk about integration. And it's this notion, and Kavita, you wrote a beautiful piece about this, that women are really at the center in terms of their choices about resource use, food security, environmental choices, energy choices, health choices. Women sit at the center and are experiencing those things in a more profound way. So how, especially since we've been doing programs, here's our economic development programs, here's our health programs, here's our environment programs, how do we begin to put forward a different vision and act in a different way that implies that that the way the families experience these things is integrated? And if we don't break down those silos, we won't make progress. How do you see that?
Well, I think you are starting to see it, and there's a real correlation between, or a relationship between the new business models and the people who are building those business models and getting employed by those business models in the shanty towns and slums of East Africa, where it is now cheaper and more reasonable to use your cell phone to get access to an off-grid solar household system that then allows you to maybe start, your household-based business and grow your household. But the relationship between how disruptive that is to current ways of generating and delivering power and the institutions that control that, with the utility wars that are going on in Nevada and Colorado, where communities are asking, are wanting access to the newest, cleanest technology, and then wanting to sell any excess power back to the grid, and the grid is like, the utility is finding that quite disruptive and dangerous, and the legislatures, state legislatures, are very much behind the curve on this. So there is something very disruptive that needs to happen in order for everybody to be able to get access to clean power. And you're going to see women benefit from that, because those are new jobs, differently structured jobs. But we are going to have to go up against, vested interests. And women know very well how to organise against vested interests. And it's going to take stamina, and it's going to take lots of lessons learned from many of the other difficult battles over the last 30 to 40 years. But I am optimistic that we're beginning to see tipping points in the economy, and it's going to require real discipline and focus, but that it's possible to turn those tipping points into something more.
Good.
If I could just add on this point, one of the things that I do on a regular basis is work with companies on their global philanthropy programs. And we haven't said too much about the role of companies in fostering a more just world for women and their families. But I've had the privilege to work, since you prompted me for the prop, to work with the Nike Foundation and the Novo Foundation, for instance, on the Girl Effect movement, which amazingly enough launched in 2008, so almost 8 years ago. And I would just say that what we saw and continue to see is the need for that sort of a grassroots building of the base. And in this case, it was many, many young women, as young as 5th grade, who did fundraisers and came together to support what was really a concept, right? That girls anywhere in the world should have the same opportunity that they have, because it has been largely US and UK donors. We saw about $2.5 million raised through the bottom-up sort of grassroots fundraising efforts from that campaign. And at the same time, there were World Bank and corporate and DFID and everybody else coming together at sort of the top-down approach, if you will. And so I think what I feel like our movement here really needs to figure out is how to bring those two together more effectively. I mean, global giving is very much a community-first, bringing ideas up from from the community, because we believe that that's where tangible solutions start and can be iterated on. I think Judy Lichtman last night said something about social change is not linear. And so that experimentation and agility and innovation that can happen in a community in India or Uganda or Cambodia or wherever it is has to be paired with the Paris Agreement, right? That those linkages to me still are the challenge for us.
So Donna, tell us about some of the work that you're seeing, because it's an open platform. So anybody, any of us, could put a funding thing on. Tell them, what are some of the
As long as you have
issues?
a verifiable nonprofit.
All right.
We're not
so if you're a
Indiegogo.
nonprofit, what are some of the things that are coming from the global grassroots for you, for women and girls? What are the most exciting areas that are getting a lot of attention?
Well, we've had thousands of projects funded, as you would imagine, and we always try to stay neutral. But I would point out just a couple. One is an organization that I know many people here are familiar with, which is the Afghan Institute of Learning. Sakina Yakubi is one of the Anne used the term rock star, one of the rock stars of international development. And they are doing in Afghanistan and now other places things that people thought could never be done around education and economic opportunities. And so we've had the pleasure to work with them for a decade and help them raise funds for their programs. But then there's the small ones. And so one I would just point out is an organization called Think, which, and I want to go back to Rachel's love headline and comment, but Think is an organization in Liberia. It was started by a woman, I think about a dozen years ago, a little bit less. Think stands for Touching Humanity in Need of Kindness. And I love that because, I mean, how many people start their organizations from that vantage point? And Rosanna Schock, who started it, she came to the conclusion that what was needed after all of the civil wars and strife was kindness, right? That was the starting point. And so the organization started very much around reconciliation and with an emphasis on women and girls, some of whom had been child soldiers or widows, et cetera. The most amazing thing that we saw is when the Ebola crisis hit in Liberia, and they're based in Monrovia, they were so nimble and able to shift their work, not to lose the core values, not to lose the core purpose, but to shift their work to ensure that the women and girls that they serve were also receiving the resources they needed to avoid, respond, et cetera, to the Ebola crisis. And we see this, we saw this in Nepal after the earthquake. We see this all over the world where these very community-rooted, women-led organizations are, in our opinion, much more able than others to adjust to the circumstances and come up with solutions and interventions that are really practical.
Good. You know, when Ann and I often talk about what's happening globally with women and what's happening in the U.S., you often say, you know, internationally there's so much more going on with the girl effect, girls' education. There's a different kind of attention to women and girls. And it is true that sort of the last decade has seen, you know, the big Women Deliver conference focuses on women's health, maternal mortality. We have moved the needle on reproductive rights. You go to international conferences, they're like, what is wrong with you guys in the U.S.? You know, this is not that controversial an issue. And certainly, you know, Bill Clinton at one point famously said, someone said, what's the one investment you would make in international love? And he said, I would invest in girls' education. And so it is true that we've done a lot, and a lot of progress has been made. But, you know, I sit here today and reflecting on the conversations this morning and also last night, and looking at the lightning rod that Hillary Clinton represents in this country, and hearing about continued violence against women. How far have we come, and how far do we have to go? And it feels to me that there's a sort of fracturing in the women's movement that we didn't experience when we began working on this together. So what do you think about progress we've made and progress that we still have to push for? Rima, what are your reflections on that?
I think there are some challenges as well, which we all will have to collectively address. And how do you make for the young girls and the daughters or the daughters-in-law that, you know, coming together, organizing is still so relevant? So if I'm a daughter of a weaver and if I've gone to college, I should not feel that weaving does not have the same value. Because my mother was illiterate, she was a weaver, but I have gone to college. And so I think that disconnect between, you know, strengthening and giving value and dignity to the traditional skills and to the education. I think so. How do you put technology into the hands of the, you know, new generation, the daughters, the young girls, and, you know, therefore make the traditional skills and that work also more dignified, and it also has more value to it. Some of the other areas I think where we still have to work more is, you know, and therefore the inclusion in this emerging digital skills. But to what Rachel has been talking about, that, you know, how do women play a role as climate mitigators, you know, access to green finance, access to cleaner technologies. Women even today, I was just, you know, last month talking to a young girl who was just 18 years old, and she was sharing with me that, you know, all these 18 years she has lived in darkness without any electricity, and therefore she says that, you know, our hearts and minds are full of darkness. They can't even dream even today. So I think that's the kind of a challenge, that how do we bring access to, you know, cleaner technologies. Young 30 years old women suffering from cataract because they still have to go on cooking in smoke day in and day out. And she feels that someday I feel that I can go out and run in the rain, but she says if I don't cook, my family goes hungry. And I think therefore, you know, how do you bring sustained investment so that women have access to green finance, clean technologies? Women are seen as climate mitigators. I think one other major area is the area of, you know, lateral access to markets. And that's where women and girls will be able to see a whole new world open up for themselves. So sustained investments in women's organizations, I think that's also one other. And we still, in our part of the world, we have to see more women in decision-making bodies and in positions.
Our part of the world too.
Yeah, especially.
Yeah, I feel good, and therefore I really feel good sitting here listening that we feel that it's not that we are from, and therefore I was also all the while thinking, as Kavita was saying this morning, that why are we called the developing or the less, the issues are the same here as well. So, I think, but we firmly believe that therefore, women and girls are going to be the future. If the world has to be a happier and a better place, and I think I will always want to end with a
Very
song when our panel is ending. So.
Yeah, I know you're going to give us a song. Rich, what do you think about progress or lack of progress?
No, I think
you said you have the ear of Ban Ki-moon, you have the ear of some of the leaders who are really, supposedly the front runner,
No, well, I think that the the current economy is teetering on a not very sustainable base, and the closer that you get to the heart of the matter, the more violent the reaction of those who are holding on to the last vestiges of a power that isn't truly sustainable. And so I think it's not going to be easy. I think that we should be screaming for transparency as women, because we need to know where the pensions that are supposed to take care of us and our children are managed, and how well they're managed, and whether or not they're actually sustainable. Look at the work that's now coming up from grassroots organisations, but also from the corridors of financial power about whether or not we are invested in assets that really won't be able to produce a return for us. And I'm happy to talk about it offline. There is something that is quite fundamentally worrying about an economy that was built around a pollutant that we can't afford anymore. And that is not to blame the people who've been digging that pollutant up and pumping that pollutant up for the last 50, 70, 100 years. Those were honourable lives, that the coal miners of West Virginia and the coal miners of Appalachia and the coal miners of South Wales and Scotland, and that those were honourable lives. And it isn't a blame game, it isn't a division. It is that is something that we can no longer afford to do. We need to support you, because that is not something that we as a society can support any longer. So we have to find a different way to support you. But going forward, we have to find good paying, clean energy jobs. And that shouldn't divide us. That should be another base that we build. And which means that $3.4 trillion over the last couple of years have been divested out of the fossil fuel economy. A movement that was led by students across campuses in this country, by religious institutions and their invested wealth, and by certain pension funds and other funds. If you just took a tiny, tiny, tiny percentage of that and said, let's invest that in access to clean energy for people like the women that Saver serves, that would produce a very, very good return on that investment, something that we should be able to afford to do. And so helping women lead the organisation so that we don't get divided again, that we are united, and that we do believe that we can build an economy which is more sustainable. It's not going to be easy, but there are more of us that want to see that happen that don't. And allowing ourselves to be able to unite rather than allowing ourselves to be thrown to the wind is going to be one of the most important challenges of the next 5 years.
Excellent, good. So let's open it up for questions. Please, Melissa, in the back. Can we get a mic back there? Tell us who you are.
My name is Melissa Bradley, and I have a question. You've talked a lot about intersectionality throughout the day, but I'm walking away with the sense that people believe there's a level of homogeneity in that. And so for Rachel in particular, as you talk about the role of women who are in power, I haven't heard a lot about the class conversation and the risk tolerance for those who are sitting in corporations, when many of the movements are around those that are most marginalized. While those with privilege don't have those issues, they are still facing similar issues: retribution, shaming on the internet, lack of promotion, wage disparity. So even to Donna as well, and the work you do, all of you, but how does that manifest, and how do you create a unified agenda when people are indeed bound by a gender, but have very different experiences because of race, have different risk tolerance because of class. And that's where we are, right? We don't have a lot, but we have enough that have made it. And so I find that those who have made it oftentimes are on the outside because we're deemed to be the privileged and we don't understand, but many times we've come from there. So how do you get them in the conversations? Because they have the resources and the limited access to the boardroom door at this moment.
Good point. Excellent. Let's just take a couple of questions. And Rachel, that's a big question, but hold on to that.
Yeah, yeah.
Please,
I was
this
just
woman right here on
acknowledging.
the right. Yes, please. Tell us who you are.
Septina with UNA Women. My question is just a really single question. If you can shed some light on resettled women and how all this fits.
Great. Resettled women.
Resettled women.
Globally, you mean?
Globally.
Okay. All right. Excellent. And then we'll take one more question, and then we'll go to some answers. The woman right there with the silver necklace.
Thank you. Two things that haven't been mentioned here that I think really are a missed opportunity is a whole question of entrepreneurship and women entrepreneurs and women and girl entrepreneurial teams. We talk about a conversation across generations, but we haven't spoken anything about how do we catalyze those two generations. And we have, as an organization, built what we call an experience incubator. And we are developing it all over the world in developing countries as well as undeveloped countries, where we take the experience of the young woman's technology, social media expertise, and we put them in an incubator with older women who wish to start their own businesses as well, but don't have that technology, but they do have life work experience, and it's really incredibly catalytic. We are working with people forming organizations in the private sector as well as women farmers in Africa who are learning how to build a farm as a business and not just to sustain their family. And I think if we tap into this kind of entrepreneuring spirit, we will come up with some of the solutions that Rachel's looking for in terms of sustainability.
Good. Thank you. Let's turn to questions. Do you want to first tackle the intersectionality one, and then Donald, Rachel? Go ahead. Melissa's question.
So I mean, I think it's a very important point. I think that the most inspiring and sustaining spaces that I've been in over the last 2 to 3 years, in particular, in the run-up to the SDGs, and apparently this big sort of 2015 year of agreement, were spaces which were mindfully created by women, for women, to exactly cut across the intersectionality and bring us together. And so, and some of the real profound understanding came from that. Just one anecdote. So one of the big agreements in Paris was, up until then, it would be, we had to stop warming at 2 degrees of warming since industrial times began, right? So we've got to stop at 2 degrees. Whatever we do, we can't have emissions that will take us above 2 degrees. 2 degrees is fatal for thousands of communities across the world. It will kill cultures in small islands and in delta states, etc., right? So when you had poets from islands in the room and you had workers' representatives from delta communities in the room, it was like, I physically can't sit and tolerate that conversation because you're condemning me and my people too. So this sort of shorthand that everybody had developed, which was we've got to stop at 2 degrees, suddenly, and from that conversation, it wasn't the only one, came 2 degrees is not enough. It's 1.5 to stay alive. We've got to be below 1.5. And that actually was agreed in Paris. But if it hadn't have been for the intersectionality and the honesty and the brutal raw and the permission to cry, which doesn't go down well in the boardroom, right? But you've got to have a place where you can grieve. And this is what happened. And from that, I think, came real power. So creating more of those spaces and nurturing them and having them be available to everybody, I think is fundamentally important going forward.
Excellent example. Melissa, did we get to the heart of that? Difficult, yeah. Do you want to weigh in on this, Donna and Rima, this question of crossing intersectionality and crossing cultures and class and race as it relates to the women's movement. Rima, you're at the heart of it. Rima, you can
So
take this one.
you can always rely on Melissa to ask the hard question
Yeah, it's a hard
when
one.
everyone's stomachs are grumbling. I'm gonna pass.
Okay, Rima, tell us about how you would react to that question about whether class and
Rima wants
it's such
to
a part of
pass.
Sewa.
No, I think the part of the world I come from, caste and religion, they are so very much deeply rooted, and therefore I again went on harping when I was talking that when we organize women, we just come together as women, as workers, and as poor, no matter what caste or community or religion you belong to. It is difficult, but I think our experience has shown that it is doable. Unless, and therefore, in that's where the values play a very important role. That, you all sit together. So at Seva, we don't sit on tables and chairs because we all sit on the ground, so that you are all equal, sitting on the same floor. And everybody is called as a sister because, again, nobody is a boss or nobody is, but everybody is equal. But I think the very thrust has to be on the economic empowerment. So once women are economically secured, once she has meaningful work, she's able to deal with her very many other cultural and social taboos and issues. But it's a process, and I think one needs to really invest in that process. Then I think, and I also want to here again say that I think it is we women as sisters, we will have to, deal with and fight against it and not wait for somebody to make room for it or somebody. I think our 4 decades of experience has shown that it is poor who themselves coming together will enable to themselves to move out of poverty and not wait for somebody to come with a dole or a charity. Last year when we went to the Sustainable Energy for All Summit, I think our salt pan workers, they paid for their own flying, they once they had access to technology, of cleaner technology and the amount of savings, so they were so proudly sharing their stories at the Sustainable Energy for All Forum. So it doesn't mean that they have become rich, but this is what gives them the dignity and the self-respect.
Beautiful. Let's get to your question around resettlement and migration of people. So your question is how are these organizations addressing that?
Yes, and then how do you amplify their voices so their voices is heard?
Yeah, right.
Well, we work with resettled communities in India as well, in Afghanistan, in Sri Lanka, in Myanmar, wherever it is. And I think our experience has been that it is economic rehabilitation. Once women have meaningful work, it makes them economically secure. She doesn't have to worry then that her child will have to go for begging, or she may not be able to have a meal, and then bringing them together under their own economic organization. So we work with close to 1 million resettled women and their households in South Asia.
Can I just add, there are more displaced people today than ever in human history, right? More, when you count them all up in different ways, you get to around 83 million people. Yeah. That number's only going to grow. Obviously, depending on where you are in the world, the majority of those will be women and children. And for women who are living in displaced camps and refugee situations, they are at extreme risk of sexual violence and rape. And for a woman who's in a displaced situation where she has to sort of go and fetch firewood, or she has to go outside of that camp to get the resources that she needs in order to take care of her family, she's at an extremely high level of risk from sexual violence. So there are some, crudely put, obvious things that need to be done. And so the Clean Cook Stoves Alliance, who will be doing a lot of things today, and some of the lighting initiatives, if we can get clean lighting and clean cooking into the hands of women in displaced situations, which is a business which can be run by women, it doesn't have to be handed out from aid agencies, you can alleviate their extreme physical risk, you can allow them to be able to take care of their families better. You can't deal with the fact that they are displaced, but in their displacement, the fact that they are at even higher risk than they were before and their vulnerability has increased is something that demands our urgent attention. So I think that as the numbers of displaced people just simply keep on rising, in large part driven by climate change, we're going to have to change the way that we think about how we sustain them in their vulnerability.
Let's take a couple more questions. I know there were other hands.
Can we get to the question about entrepreneurship?
Yeah,
and
go
that's
ahead.
mine?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I mean, SEWA is all about entrepreneurship, so I'll not address their work because there's an expert here, but I would just say that I think we have been talking about entrepreneurship in many ways. Whether it's small business startup entrepreneurship, intrapreneurship in large organizations where change agents are trying to make things happen, or the group of women who came together to say, no, this has to be different. But I wanted to, at least, since I know you're going to wrap us up momentarily, I wanted to at least be able to end on a positive note. And that is around the question about cross-generational. And earlier in one of the panels today, this came up as well. And I just want to say, I am super bullish on millennials.
Yes.
I think that I'm 53, let's put it out there. I have the privilege to work with mostly people in their 20s. And they come to me and want mentorship. And I am constantly trying to explain to them, I am getting as much from them as I am providing to them. Because there is an openness. I think many of the issues that Melissa asked about class and race and today's word of intersectionality and all these things, which is a word I never heard, so I'm glad I came. I think many of those things are much less ingrained in the millennial generation. And so I am super hopeful. I see them as being, yes, they may use different language en masse than we do about feminism or women's issues, but at the core, they get it. And they want the same things we want, most of them. And so I am very, very encouraged. There is an openness to feedback, an openness to experimentation, a higher risk-taking tolerance. And I think that in any forum like this or any solution that we're talking about, to the extent that we can bring in those voices, bring in those ideas, bring in that energy, we will be better off. And that is something that can actually change the trajectory of some of the metrics that we feel are very stuck.
Right, totally agree. Very good. Was there any other burning questions? Okay. I want to give the panelists a chance to give a final last word, thought for the day. Donna, I think we heard your beautiful one about millennials, which we all completely are so blessed to have every day. Rachel, any thoughts for us?
Well, just that things have to change. They will change, and women will be a big part of that change. And the power that you find in organizing, building the base, as we talked about this morning, the connections, there is more that unites us than divides us. Those same things are true today. And the fact that we have to now fashion a life for ourselves and for our children and for our children's children everywhere, where we will have to be more ingenious because we will not be allowed to, and we may not rely on one cheap source of everything, is not something that should cow us. It should not be something that is partisan. It is the greatest challenge we face, and we can't do it if half of the population aren't, allowed to be part of that. And the ideas are coming forth, right? The new businesses, the new technologies. You know, my 11-year-old son is completely unfazed by some of the, you know, technological things that will happen sooner than we think, right? I've been told that my 8-year-old daughter will never need a driving license because we will have driverless, hugely economical, safe, clean vehicles, not to move one person, but to move a group of people. And that will be completely normal for them. And so this is a bright, green future if we organize ourselves and don't let ourselves be divided.
Beautiful. Great. Thank you. Excellent. Rima. Well, I just had one thing to what Melissa was saying, and I think it's a caution that, you know, I think this intersectoral or sectional, the caste, the class, the race, I think it should not be misused by the political power circles. And I think that is what we all need to be really, really very cautious about, because that can really result into a lot of fragments and, you know, breaking down of the women's, you know, the whole process of moving forward. And so I think we are always very optimistic, and I think it's the young girls and it's the young women who are going to be the future of our world, and a future which is full of peace and happiness and prosperity. And as we always end at Seva by saying that, you know, we shall overcome one day. So I think we always say that Ame par karishu, ame par karishu, ame par karishu ek din. हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन. May I all ask you to join by saying we are all one. So it's hum sab, and you will say ek hai, which means we are all one. We are all together and we are all one. So hum sab ek hai. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you to these wonderful women on the panel. Thank you so much. Fabulous. And we really honor what you do and support you all the time. We're with you. Lunch is available if everyone wants to go and enjoy themselves for, do we have about half an hour? Okay. Don't forget to tweet. It's trending nationally. Anything else, Ann, you want an announcement you want to say? Okay, what time? 1:30. Okay, great. Beautiful. Thank you, Rima. Yeah.
everybody. 1 minute. Okay. Okay. So. Okay. Yeah. Okay. 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 Okay.
I think I knew that.
Hello, everybody. We're about to get started. Hi, everybody. Hey there. That's how I call my dog. Hey, guys. All right. All right. Good afternoon. Again, good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right, we're going to jump into this last plenary session, and to kick it off will be our CEO and President Walter Isaacson, who has been here to kick off these important conversations and to kick off this session. So, Walter.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ann and Peggy Clark, for what you're doing. I we were just joking about it a while back, got a phone call from Tina Chen. Actually, I think I was meeting in some other meeting, and I got a summons. Yeah, and ambushed me in a hallway. And halfway through the conversation, I said yes. And then I kept listening to find out what I had said yes to. But I knew that the answer was going to be yes, and it was easier with Tina just to get it done with and say yes. And it was asking us to help host and put together the Summit on Women and Girls. That'll be in May here in Washington. That'll be run by Jamie Miller, who's sitting there, Peggy and Ann. But it was part of that dedication that Tina has always brought to her job, whether she was a litigator in Chicago. I know you've been involved, especially with the Public Engagement Office of the White House, right from the moment President Obama got elected, and then, of course, has moved over to become the Chief of Staff of the First Lady. But throughout that, there's been one consistent strain. She has been both the executive director of the Women and Girls group at the White House, but that's not just one thing, it's part of her entire career. I think she knows that fighting for social justice, fighting for equality, fighting for economic opportunity all require empowering women and girls. That will be one of the many great legacies of the Obama administration, and that's what we're here to talk about today, which is how history will write the Obama administration legacy, especially when it comes to issues like this one. To moderate is our longtime friend, Jonathan Capehart. Jonathan is a great journalist, a great writer. He will write the histories of these administrations, because someday he will be a great historian. That's what happens to fading journalists like me.
Oh, great. That's good to know.
That's how it all goes.
Says the person who
John
knows.
has been, for a long time, very involved with the Aspen Institute, and both professionally but also personally, he always brings a smile when I see him on stage. So let me turn it over to Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Walter. Thank you very much. You've already introduced Tina Chen, assistant to the president. So all I'm going to do is say I'm going to ask Tina a couple of questions, but there are a lot of people in this room. And I get the sense, only having been here for maybe 15 minutes, that there's a lot of energy and that you would rather ask Tina questions or say something than to hear both of us talk for 30 minutes and then opening it up to you. So I implore you, if you have a question, to throw that hand in the air so I see it, and then once Tina is finished answering a question or one of my questions, I'll call on you to ask a very brief question, because we only have until, what, 2:30, right, altogether? Right. Okay, so Tina, softball question.
There are no softballs from you, Jonathan.
Yeah, there are. I mean, come on. So we're in the final year of the Obama administration. As Walter said, you are the executive director of the President's Council on Women and Girls. And I'm just wondering, since we are in the last year, what are the priorities for the administration in this area?
Right. Well, thank you. First, before I get into that, I want to thank Walter, and I want to thank the entire team here at Aspen for saying yes. Just an idea that sort of sounded a little, early and not well formed, but it is really wonderful to have you as co-host with us. The United State of Women, for those of you who haven't heard, hopefully you have, May 23rd here in Washington, D.C. Is the summit to really bring together all of these issues concerning women and girls that we've been working on, but also to look forward to the future, to speak to young women. Speaking of young women, I want to also introduce to you, for those of you who don't know, Jordan Brooks, who is the Deputy Director of the White House Council on Women and Girls. So any additional follow-up questions on the Council or on the United State of Women, Jordan is your person on that. What remaining priorities for this last year, I will say first, one of the things I was reflecting back on this and thinking about this session. One of the things I am really proud that we have done, that we want to continue to run through the tape in the hopes that then someone will continue it and pick it up, is this construct of the White House Council on Women and Girls. Because the idea we had, the President and Valerie and I, when we started it in March of 2009, was not to just replicate a White House office on women and girls policy, which the Clinton administration had, which was wonderful, but then quickly went away in the next ensuing 8 years, but was to create a council modeled on the Domestic Policy Council and the National Economic Council that was housed in the White House, but was really consisted of all of the federal agencies, all of the policy offices, so that everyone would do women and girls work, not just a few people, but that every agency would think about it, whether it's women in the military, whether it's engineers in the Department of Transportation, whether it's making sure that as we move to a clean energy economy, women are included in that, and entrepreneurs, making sure that SBA pays attention to women entrepreneurs. And I have to say that I think it worked. I think it's working. We see it across the board in economics and education and healthcare, where agencies are really owning making sure that women and girls' needs are addressed. Our goal had always been, I said at the beginning, was to change the DNA of the federal agencies, so they really thought about women and girls issues as an intrinsic part of what they did every day, not as some extra thing that somebody made them do as an exercise at the tail end of their policies. And that's one of the things we hope in the course of this next year continues to get embedded. So for example, for this summit, we have interagency working groups across all of the 6 issue areas involving all of the federal agencies, and we see it as a way both to bring to the surface and celebrate the accomplishments of the last 7.5 years, but also a way to embed that work, right? To make sure career staff are involved in it and people who will stay beyond January of 2017, so they are invested in the work going forward.
Call me naive or not knowledgeable, but something that leapt out at me is you talked about women and girls work, women and girls needs. So can you either zero in on a particular agency or a program that sort of exemplifies women and girls work or the needs of women and girls?
It's a lot. Okay, so let me well, I mean, healthcare. I mean, let's do one that is very familiar probably to lots of folks in the room, is healthcare. And so it has a lot of dimensions when we talk about making sure that women's health needs are taken care of when we think about the Affordable Care Act or we think about reducing teen pregnancies. In the Affordable Care Act, it was really important throughout the development of that to make sure that, for example, we addressed gender discrimination in health insurance policies. That we made sure, and I have to give Senator Barbara Mikulski kudos for this, because she was the champion for the amendment in the Affordable Care Act that made sure that we incorporated for the first time. So this is the difference between when you think about women's health issues and when you don't. So for the entire history of our women's health insurance, up until the Affordable Care Act, no one bothered to lay out a set of standards for a well women's health care checkup. There was no such thing. Some of us cared about going in for an annual physical, but there was not really a set of standards that said, yes, it was important for women to go in every year, and when you go in, here's the set of things that you should take care of. And if they're childbearing age, you should make sure that to talk to them about contraception or what their childbearing plans are. And if they want contraception, they should be able to get it, and they should be able to get it without having to pay extra. Otherwise, women were paying extra. They were paying extra just to get health insurance coverage because they were women. So once you put a women's lens, and Teresa Younger's here, and she knows all about that, and Jennifer from the Women's Foundations, when you put a gender lens into how you're doing policy, then a whole set of new things come up. One other healthcare example is until the Affordable Care Act requirement of making sure that medical research is done with a diverse set of research objectives, meaning take care, let's look at how treatments affect women differentially, how they affect people of color differentially. It didn't happen. Medical research was based on a model of white males. Treatments were designed for white males. Side effects were based upon whether white males had the side effects or not, without recognizing the different biology, the different disease ramifications for women. So that's a kind of not as often talked about, but hidden, really transformational piece of the Affordable Care Act.
So how hard was it, or maybe it's still hard, to change the mindset within the government, to change the DNA that you're talking about, to get the changes that you're talking about, and also to ensure that they continue after January 20th, 2017 at noon?
Just to be precise there.
Light at the end of the tunnel, I'm sure. Okay.
So some things were kind of easy. I mean, I think, and actually I came from the private sector, so one of the things that I do think is there's a lot more focus on in the public sector is on diversity of appointments. There's a lot of attention paid, I think, not as much as we need to, but far more than when you look at the private sector on diversity in the workforce. But even, once you get women into the jobs, making sure they're being paid attention to and the issues that they're raising are paying attention to, you still need to do work on. Some things were I'm trying to say what things were obvious. I mean, we Lilly Ledbetter being the first bill that the president signed, all of those economic issues were front and center during the recession. And I have to give our economic team a lot of credit because things like the Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit were fundamental parts of the Recovery Act, which I don't think a lot of other folks trying to battle the recession would have appreciated. And Larry Summers to Gene Sperling to Jason Furman all understood, our economists, how important it was to make sure that poor women and children weren't left behind as we were trying to bail out Detroit and do the infrastructure builds that we needed for the Recovery Act. So those were intrinsic parts. Another intrinsic part, again, often not talked about, was in the Recovery Act, we made sure that we put extra money in for domestic violence shelters. And I give Lynn Rosenthal, our first White House advisor on violence against women, credit, because she was at the table saying, domestic violence shelters right now are getting crunched. They've got lower, there's fewer foundation dollars flowing to them in the recession. There's fewer state funds flowing to them in the recession. And they're getting hammered by clients because when recession hits and you lose your job, domestic violence goes up. And so we put extra money in there for that. But that requires being at the table, so you have to be at the table and keep raising it. One thing that I like to talk about that was actually easier than I thought it would be was women in the military. Interestingly, I come from an era, I tell this story often to our young interns. My first experience with the women's movement was in 1978 with the Equal Rights Amendment. For those of you, there's a few nodding heads, and there's a few of us who are of the right age, not everybody to remember. 1978, the Equal Rights Amendment. I lived in Illinois. We were trying to get the Equal Rights Amendment passed. Phyllis Schlafly, the biggest boogie person in the room on, ratifying the ERA was women in the military. The horror that women would have to go in the military if the Equal Rights Amendment passed. And it basically probably was the biggest issue that stopped the ratification in Illinois. Fast forward, to 2011, I think it was, for the first time, and all of a sudden I get across my desk the fact that Secretary Mabus of the Navy is going to he's going to sign the order that lets women officers go on submarines. And he's got to send a notification to Congress. Notification goes to Congress, and sort of guess what happens? Nothing. Nothing. The best news of all. Nothing
Not a
happened.
peep?
Not a peep.
Not a nasty tweet?
Not
Nothing
a nasty
from anybody?
tweet. Not a peep. The backstory I got, which I don't know if it's apocryphal or not, was one of the reasons that the Navy was so supportive of putting women on submarines, even though it was very controversial for a long time, because think about it. Long journeys under the ocean, many months at a time, very small, close quarters, always nervous about putting women on the submarines, was because the submariners are to the Navy what fighter pilots are to the Air Force, the cream of the cream of the cream. Prided themselves on getting the top 10% of the Naval Academy graduates into the submarine ranks. And guess what? Couldn't do it anymore if they didn't put women on the boats, because women were in the top 10% of the Naval Academy grads, which I love that part of the story. But that's an example of easier than I thought it would be, because the march of time, because of the other things that we've done, which is all those struggles to get women into the academies, to get our educational systems, to where now women are 50% of college graduates, and that over time, as we keep doing that foundational work, then you get to a point where opening up our military to women, is something that can just happen.
Oh, so this is a perfect segue to my next question, simply because I cannot believe I haven't seen any hands shoot up just yet, but I am going to good, but after I ask this question, so given this foundation that you're talking about, both in decades past, but also the last 7 years, how do you move the agenda forward in the remaining year, but more importantly, when you're no longer here?
Well, I gotta say,
in office, I mean.
Perfect setup.
Let's be clear.
Perfect setup. Perfect setup for me is that is a big piece of the United States of Women, which is we see it. It's going to be a great event on May 23rd, but we see it more importantly as like an organizing moment, an organizing mechanism to really be able to talk about in the months. So this event is so wonderful leading up to May 23rd, and then the many months leading out of May 23rd, to really shine a light on these issues. And we want to talk about not so much the analysis of the problem, but we want to showcase the solutions. And there's solutions, big and small, out here in DC, across the country, internationally. We want to talk about what's happening on the international front as well, all the great things being done to reduce maternal mortality overseas. I just came from a great Let Girls Learn event with the First Lady at Union Market, that work being done for international girls' education. We want to bring that together to sort of showcase how both the achievements that have been made and also the intersectionality. And I know you all have been talking about intersectionality over the last couple of days, because we know that although we have a health segment and an education segment, entrepreneurship, women's leadership, education, violence against women, women don't lead their lives that way, right? I mean, and as I just said, education is what leads to leadership in the military, which leads to, equal pay issues and working families issues getting addressed. So we also want to have all of the people who work on those issues together. And then the last piece of it that is, I think, important to your question of how do you make it last, is to communicate this to young women, to make sure that young women are fully pulled into this and own these issues as well, because that's a big answer of how this goes forward. So if you saw our logo, we were very intentional. It was developed with a millennial marketing firm to speak to millennials in terms of both the marketing of it, the United States of Women, but we also seriously want to engage this up and coming generation of young women. I just love the event we just did with the First Lady on Let Girls Learn at Union Market was filled with young college students who have studied international affairs, are interested in girls that have taken action through the Let Girls Learn Fund or where else, and the energy there was palpable, and I am of the view that we need to just find a place to sort of make sure folks understand these issues and how they impact their lives, and I'm really convinced that we have young leaders out there who are just ready to take these things on.
Before I come to your question, have you noticed, and I'm maybe veering
I know where you're going. Okay.
I'm thinking of young women, the next the next generation of women who are coming up in their leaders. How are they different, to your mind, personally speaking, from the women of your generation and what you did and went through to get to this point?
So it's an interesting question because I haven't really thought about it. So I'm going to say something that I haven't really fully formed. You're going to hear me articulate it as I'm saying it. But I think it's a little bit like, discrimination to juror and discrimination, it's like what we all faced was the stuff right in our face. Like we couldn't actually get the job, right? The want ads were separated men and women. You remember that, Teresa? Because Ms. was a big part of breaking down, discrimination. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the cases that she brought. I was a working person when she's bringing basic cases around sexist discrimination in the workplace and whether women can actually even write contracts for themselves. So it was sort of in our face in a way that we could see it, right? Right now, and in fact, it was a little bit in the First Lady's speech today, we are happily in a generation where young women have been 50-50 in college, right? So they see that as they're coming out of college. They have reproductive freedoms. And so what's happening when you get to the workplace and yeah, you got the same job as the guys who you're graduating with, but then over time, and you don't even know it's happening because there's not pay transparency in your workplace, you don't even know what's happening, except that it's happening because you can't see it in the pay discrimination that's happening. You sort of feel maybe there's something going on when they're not listening to you in the meeting, but they think that maybe it's you, but you don't really have a name for it anymore because it's not really labeled as we only want the girls to do this and then we want the boys to do that. It just manifests itself in these subtle ways that I think are less in your face. One of the things I think that's really important that we've talked about a lot in the administration, when we talk about working family issues and we say it's not just a personal issue for you to try to figure out how to take care of your children and for you to figure out how to take time off. It's a public policy issue. It's the thing that's keeping women from advancing in the workforce. It's the thing that's keeping us from tapping into the entire talent pool that we have in our labor force. So it's something that policymakers need to worry about, names that issue, identifies it as a public policy issue, names the discrimination that's going on for what it is, in a way that I think needs to happen, because otherwise it's hard to ferret out. And what's even harder is the young women who just think they're all by themselves, right? They're just all by themselves in their tech firm, being one woman out of 10 guys, in their working group, trying to struggle with these issues and thinking, well, it's just me, I just got to figure it out. But it's not you. It's the way we've got institutions organized that don't have to be organized in a way that discriminate against working parents, not just working women. It's all of those things.
Do you still have your question? Okay.
Not a shy group here.
Identify yourself and quick questions.
Sure. My name is Vivian Nixon. I'm Executive Director of College and Community Fellowship in New York City. We work with women and girls that are criminal justice involved, helping them get college degrees. Given the fact that between 1980 and 2010, the growth in women's imprisonment has been 646%. 73% of them have mental health issues. 81% of the juvenile girls have been physically or sexually abused in their history, and 63% of the women in prison are primary caretakers of minor children. What does it take, and most of them don't have even a high school diploma yet. And the administration is good on criminal justice issues, but how do we move forward, really including women and girls criminal justice issues into the national conversation?
Well, thank you. Thank you for that question, and thank you for those statistics, because I think raising that profile is critical and important. We have been, so an integral part of our criminal justice conversation has been making sure we're paying attention to the needs of incarcerated, and women and, women who are coming out of prisons. And the issue of incarcerated mothers is definitely something we want to pay attention to. I do want to recognize, actually, Teresa Younger and Jennifer, the Women's Foundation's Prosperity Together, a big piece of trying to address the needs of women and girls of color, and an effort that we all have been trying to do from the Council of Women and Girls is to, again, make sure we've got resources and increase the resources available to those women who are struggling, including among those, women who are coming out of prison. But the criminal justice reform is a huge piece of this that I would really urge, folks, in terms of, we had sort of a what else to get done this year. Criminal justice reform, we think could get done this year.
Really?
Well, we have, the latest is there is a bipartisan group, in the Senate and a bipartisan group in the House that are working their way towards, a solution. There's still some little tricky things to navigate, but by and large, I think on the Senate side, they're about to have a bill that we think we're happy with and we can move forward with. So I do think that. So I really urge, we have a moment that we should, but those moments only really come to fruition when there's stuff happening in the states. When members go home for their, Easter break coming up or whatever that they hear about, there's, their constituents caring about these issues. So that's one I'd urge everybody to speak out about.
Okay, next question.
Hi, Ronit Avni. Thank you so much for your service, first of all. I'm wondering, as we're talking about health implications that are often tested on men but not on women, and we're in an age of mobile technology, the standards that I've looked at, the tests that have been done, have essentially been done on large men, and the implications of Wi-Fi, wireless technology on male bodies over time. And I'm curious, as we're in this moment where wearables are coming up, where you have people of women of reproductive age, children, to what extent are we putting in that testing for the health ramifications over time? We're still dealing with the aftermath of lead, asbestos, nicotine, and for decades people said safe, 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 not safe. And you're seeing that coming up where a lot of the tests on mobile technology are taking such a huge group of minimal users that use their phones 6 minutes a day or less. And then those high intensity users are just part of they're washed out in terms of their results. So I'm curious about how we put women and girls into the mix of testing the safety of these technologies as they're expanding.
So that's a great question. And actually, I'm not the science and technology person on that, but I'm going to. We can definitely take that back to our OSTP. And as you all know, Megan Smith is our chief technology officer, who is fabulous. But the broader question, I would say, so that specific question, I don't know the answer to, but we can find out more. But your question underlies a broader problem in the tech space, which we are conscious of and trying to do a lot more work on, and that is the lack of women in STEM. Not, all the way up and down the ladder, falling out of STEM classes when they're starting in the 4th grade, all the way through, and there's been many articles, including in this weekend's New York Times, about the challenges faced, by women in STEM careers, whether it's in, in academia or in the private sector. And when you don't have women at those technology firms, this is what happens, right? Is that you're not thinking about how else to test it or what your whole universe of users are. I will say that there are a lot of people who are realizing that. So I got to give a shout out to Mark Benioff, for example, at Salesforce. I mean, Mark joined us at the Equal Pay event that the president did at the end of January because on his own, Mark, at the instigation of 2 of the women who work for him, did a study of their entire workforce on equal pay, found out they were indeed paying their women an accumulated amount of $3 million less than the men for the same jobs. Put that $3 million in. But he's a guy who now speaks pretty passionately about why, not just from an equal pay, but why he needs a diverse leadership and workforce, because those kind of questions are exactly the kind of questions that come up when you have diversity in your leadership, and you'll miss it. And so what will happen if they, down the road, speaking as a litigator, they don't do the testing, all of a sudden you get those impacts coming from your product, you're gonna pay at the back end, when you get product liability suits.
Question there?
So building on
President's frame what works. There was great success with My Brother's Keeper, right? Certainly externally, but internally in the use of data to actually drive and force policy amongst the interagency group, certainly within criminal justice and others. Is there a similar playbook for women and girls during this last stretch of the administration?
Indeed, absolutely there is. I mean, and that is what we're doing with both the Councilwomen of Girls, with the interagency efforts that we have, both from a data perspective, so working with DJ Patel and his team on sort of how we, marshal some of the big data and how we disaggregate by gender as well as by ethnicity. And take a look at those impacts. So yes, no, absolutely. And it's one of the things why I'm so proud of the work that we've done in the Councilwomen and Girls, because we've got people in all of the agencies who are already thinking that way.
Okay, question here.
So glad to see you here. I'm Mindy Reiser. I'm vice president of an NGO called Global Peace Services, but this is a domestic question. Housing is terribly expensive in our great city. We have an increasing number of women who are single. We have single moms with families. What are you trying to do with HUD, with the developers, to make affordable housing a real possibility for women who are not earning astronomical salaries?
So, HUD, I think both under Secretary Donovan and under Secretary Castro have really spent a lot of time, both trying to make affordable housing more available, and also to eliminate some of the discriminatory, practices. So, for example, one of the things that early on Secretary Donovan did was to, issue directives to both PHA, both public housing authorities, and the landlords who are using Section 8, barring discrimination against domestic violence victims, which was not actually the rule before he did that. So, as you know, like lots of landlords would refuse to rent to women, but women with children, or would kick somebody out when a domestic violence, occurrence would happen, and that also actually would discourage women from reporting or getting the protection they need. So we have eliminated that, as a federal requirement. If you're a federal landlord, you cannot discriminate against domestic violence victims, and which is sort of one piece I know intimately in answer to your question.
Question right here.
Hi, I'm Reema Nanavati, and I come from the Self-Employed Women's Association in India, where we have organized some 2 million women and girls. And we also work in Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Myanmar as well. And what was so fascinating is that you have the Women and Girls Council within the White House as well. And I was thinking that in our part of the region, that's where a lot of investment from the policy point of view, and also from the government's budgetary allocation also needs to be done. So do you have any plans of a greater coalition or, region to region coalition? Because, our 4 decades of experience has shown that it needs tremendous investment of resources, both from the state as well as, for the women and girls to really, because even today in our part of the world, you see young girls not being able to have education, and therefore, they have their own sufferings.
So, absolutely. I mean, there are several ways. I will say that USAID and the Millennium Challenge Corporation and State Department, each from the very beginnings, again in the first term, have been wonderful at having a gender lens. So each of them have a gender policy and how they do across the board their grant making. But specifically, the one education that you raised has been a particular focus of ours, as you know, for the last year. So today, in fact, is the 1-year anniversary of Let Girls Learn, right? Our whole of government effort, which includes not only an increase in U.S. Development assistance for girls' education and the effort that we're doing with the First Lady through the Peace Corps, to support grassroots and community-based projects. But it also includes diplomatic efforts and bilateral diplomatic conversations, and also advocating in multilateral at the UN and elsewhere. So, for example, when the First Lady, right after we launched last year, we went to Japan, in addition to going to Cambodia to visit on-the-ground programming. But the purpose of going to Japan as a developed donor country was to encourage them to increase their assistance. So they, for example, then announced a $300 million increase in their development assistance for Girls Ed. When Prime Minister Sharif came to visit last fall, to visit the president, and the First Lady saw Mrs. Sharif and the Prime Minister's daughter. On that occasion, we promoted Let Girls Learn. He reiterated a commitment he had made previously to double his domestic spending on education from 2% to 4%. We announced $70 million in USAID to go specifically to girls' education projects in Pakistan. So we are trying and embedding in all of our engagements like that. That's just some, the total over the last year of that kind of international assistance is over $500 million that we were able to, between the UK and South Korea and others who contributed in. So that's one way in which we do see this as trying to encourage other countries around the world, to step up on this issue.
Question back there. Carol, 1 second.
Hello, my name is Nia Evans, and I'm coming from Wake Forest University in the Anna J. Cooper Center.
Which we love, who is a big partner with us.
I'm glad,
Yes.
I love them too. But I have a question. I want to follow up about your comments about youth. So my specific question is, what are the challenges that the council has faced in not only harnessing youth voice, but incorporating it? So I sit in a unique perspective as someone who has participated in events with the council, both as a student and as a professional. So I wonder about my own time and how has the work that I have done with the council informed the approach, informed the policy. So I'm curious, how do you navigate that generational dissonance that happens at times? And how do you make sure that you are both harnessing those voices, but also bringing them in?
Yeah, no, I think it's hard. I mean, I'll tell you, one of the things that's hard is to remember that we're part of the government. So we had a hard time, and it took us a long time, actually, and there are lots of places where we don't do it well, where we had to make that transition from the $1 billion, biggest, most participatory, political campaign in history, and all of a sudden we went from that to the White House where there were 6 laptops only, and no spreadsheets with names, because we couldn't take any of the political names into the White House, and no social media, at the time. There is a difficulty, and we've had to sort of figure out how to harness those voices from the public in and still be the government. I think we are just now in the last couple of years getting our sea legs around it, and come up with some ways of both including. So we have a lot of, the one I come to the most, and Jordan's not going to nod here, is what we've been able to do on campus sexual assault, because that was an issue that came from a policy. It was a big policy that we announced, rolled out in 2013, where we made clear Title IX required sexual assault policies and responses by college campuses. That then enabled this huge youth movement, which I have to give young people on campus credit for driving, that they took that tool of Title IX and started to use it for themselves. And the young women in the hunting ground, for example, that sort of tells you the story of how young people on campus were able to use that tool of Title IX and then bring it to us. Because then what happened was they brought that to us about how prevalent that what we did with just putting out the policy in Title IX wasn't enough. That we still had these extraordinary numbers of young women getting assaulted. And most heartbreakingly for me, the inadequate responses, up to 2 years after the policy was out there from colleges and universities. And then that led us to doing It's on Us. That led us to not only upping our enforcement, so doing all the things government's supposed to do, increasing money for this Office of Civil Rights and Department of Education, increasing our policy making to make these good practices clear, to schools, upping the enforcement and publishing the enforcement, names, so that you all now have the names of the schools under investigation. But to get to young people, to really empower them and involve them, took us designing this new thing that we'd never done before, which was a campaign, and a campaign designed by millennial marketers and messengers, and with young people providing the focus groups for us going into it. Our interns that summer actually were huge in helping us design it and put together the It's on Us campaign. This is the thing for those of you who stayed up late enough on the Oscars to see the Vice President introduce the Lady Gaga song. It's that campaign, which is now on 500 campuses, over 280,000 people have taken the pledge, is really, we view it as a student-led, student-driven effort to do prevention around sexual assault. So that, in sort of one slice has been an area where we've tried to learn how to do the very thing that you're talking about, which is incorporate young people's voices, recognizing we're still the government, but then be able to do something with the national platform that we have that we hope empowers them. And we hope to do that again. I mean, United States of Women is something we also hope will have a similar momentum to it around these issues, and that people will begin to own themselves.
Carol.
Hi, I'm Carol Robles Roman, the president and CEO of Legal Momentum, the Women's Legal Defense and Education Fund, the organization with the longest name.
Yes. With the longest history, too.
That's right. It used to be the National Organization of Women, LDF. Right. It's like Prince, the artist formerly known as. You've given us such wonderful information and motivated all of us, but we've really seen the president just drill down and really accomplish a lot. And I don't think I'm telling tales out of school that some of us are a little bit scared about what's going to happen on January 21st, 2017. I'm hoping that the president is going to announce, or you're going to announce, an executive order in May that memorializes, prioritizes, lays it down at law, all these changes and reforms that you've outlined. And then the next person who comes in, and we all know who it's going to be, but if something awful should happen, I double dare you to go in and change this executive order that outlines all these amazing things. So that's my pitch, and that's my question.
Are you working on something?
Well, I mean, actually, I volunteer to help. Right. So I'd push back a little bit, because I actually think the answer isn't one executive order, because remember, an executive order is really only as good as the president who issued the executive order anyway, too, because that can come back. So really our theory, I would submit that one of the things that we've been doing is a whole raft of regulations and executive orders. So, for example, there is an executive order on campus sexual assault. Since I was just talking about that, let me use that as an example. There is one that creates this task force on campus sexual assault, but it doesn't stop there. So we've got regulations and sub-regulatory guidance on Title IX. We've got, a Dear Colleague letter that's out there. We've got FAQs that are out there to the schools. We now have a whole regime where all of the federally funded schools right now are trying to implement that. So that's actually an interesting constituency that doesn't want to turn on a dime and all of a sudden change it. And we've tried to, through It's On Us, build a grassroots constituency that will also have an outcry. Like if somebody tried to go in there, I think right now, worst case, and try to undo Title IX, say sexual assault isn't under Title IX anymore, I'm actually pretty confident that there will be students across college campuses throughout the country and their parents who would rise up. So it's a multi-level. So that's why I think what we're trying to build, and we've got career staff inside of the Department of Education and Justice who own this issue now too, and they don't go away, right, when we leave. So that's the way we're thinking about this in kind of a lot of different ways instead of just kind of one way. But the United States of Women is a big part of that.
Thanks for, trying to make some news here.
Yeah.
Next question.
Hi, Donna Butts from Generations United. And aging is a women's issue and a women's opportunity. So as somebody that advocates for intergenerational solutions, I'm wondering what the plans are with the upcoming conference to make sure that we're engaging older adults, older women,
Absolutely.
many of those of us that remember marching for the ERA, and how we can embrace that role as elders to be spokespeople and to continue to be activists.
Well, that is exactly what we want to have happen, at the conference, and not even just there at that moment, but before and after. So we will make sure, we're trying to make sure that everyone is inclusive. It's a little hard for the one moment, which is why we're urging this isn't just a singular, 3,000 people at the convention center moment. This is a social media moment on the outside. We're encouraging lots of organizations to be part of the summit, and we'll stream it. We also have policies that we need to do more on. I'll tell you the one area that I think we have not done enough in, that I'd like to see us do more on in the next 10 months, is older women pension, issues, right? Savings issues, financial literacy, and that's where young women and old women together need to talk about what does it mean to have enough to retire. Right, and for young women to, right when they're out of college, and start working to think about that, but to think about that also through the lens of 60-year-old women who are like me, who are about to think about retirement. So thank you.
I'm trying to ping pong back and forth. So we have a microphone here. I've been trying to get your attention for the last 10 minutes to see if you still had a question. So we'll go here. Wait. She has a microphone, so we'll go to the woman here in the black hat.
She did have her hand up a long time, so I defer. No, I want to go.
Okay, take the mic.
Thank you.
I'm Kavita Ramdas, and I'm a senior advisor to Darren Walker at the Ford Foundation.
Oh, our buddy Darren.
Our buddy Darren, of course.
Tell him we said hi.
I've just come back from 3 years as
who also is a collaborator with us, on the summit. So thank you to the Ford Foundation.
Thank you. So I've just come back from 3 years as the representative for the Ford Foundation in India, which is also responsible for South Asia. And I guess one of the things I've been speaking about is that I find it perturbing that we have, on the one hand, a White House and an administration that is deeply committed to women and girls. And on the other hand, we are still struggling in a world where there isn't an explicit connection between the violence we experience inside homes and families and the violence that is normalized by states. And by that I mean talking about defense expenditure. India is now the largest purchaser of defense weaponry in the world. The major people who sell weapons to developing countries are developed nations. The top 5 are the United States, France, China, Russia, and England, and Israel. You mentioned Pakistan just now. My husband is Pakistani. They're going to increase their budget on women's education from 2 to 4%. They spend 40% of their annual budget on defense expenditure. I believe deeply that until women's organizations across the world mobilize for peace, to have a country that spends more than the next 30 countries combined on military sends a very difficult message for us to then be able to uphold a commitment to women and girls. So I'm looking for our administration to begin to start making those connections. We can't talk about peace and justice and women's rights in the same breath unless we begin to walk our talk on that stuff. So I'd love your thoughts on that, Tina.
So I have a couple of different responses. One, on the one hand, is that I will say one of the things we have tried to do here domestically with our own budget, and the president has been, quite stalwart on this. And you see it playing out actually as we speak right now for the fiscal 17 budget. And that is to try to achieve some balance, as we look at for those of you who are deeply in the budget wonks, as we look at the spending caps, to make sure that we do not lift. There's a great temptation to lift the defense spending cap without lifting the domestic spending cap. And that's something we have been very clear, is that they will all rise together or they will all get cut together, so that you do not have domestic, even with the threats that people, that we face, that we have, military in our defense spending, in line with our domestic spending, and that we're not starving our the enormous domestic needs we have in the discretionary budget, as against what's happening in the defense budget. So that's one thing we have tried to do, and I know the president has talked about that multilaterally. It is something that. One of the ways to, I think, address the issue is just from people's own self-interest, which is if you have a stagnant economy, investing in your domestic side and investing in education and jobs and housing and, other things, is going to help stimulate your economy more, right, than, weapon spending is going to. But it's also kind of complex in a, and I'll be really frank with you, my personal view, this is very much a personal view, having now, and it's very different than the view I will tell you that I had when I was just a women's activist in Chicago, is I've now seen the inside now of what kinds of decisions you have to make in a really complicated and threatening world. And I have come to have enormous respect for our military and the way they approach these, and our all-volunteer force and the sacrifices they make, and the seriousness with which they come to decision-making around use of force. And so I think it's not so easy, in a world where we have women being captured and imprisoned, and where we have a terrorist organization that actually thinks it's okay as a sacrament of their religion to say that women can be taken and enslaved if they're Yazidi or if they're Christian and they're not Muslim, and be your slave and be your sex slave. It's just not okay under the religion for your brother to also take her. And the issue of fatwa as a religious document that says that's okay to do, when that's out there, it's not so easy just to say we don't need a strong force, because there's some things that we have to do to protect are women and girls as well, from the violence that is perpetrated on them, in situations that we face right now. What I do think we also need to do, and Secretary Clinton gets a lot of credit for pushing this through when she was Secretary of State, is to make sure that women are fully part of the decision-making around those kinds of issues. So that's why, for example, the president issued an executive order when she was Secretary of State so that we have a national action plan on women, peace, and security. The requirement of that is to make sure that women are fully involved in peacemaking decisions, in peacemaking that happens and discussions that happen in places like Afghanistan, that those needs of protecting women and children in times of conflict and places of conflict are fully incorporated into all of the strategic decisions that are being made. Without speaking out of school too much, I actually had a conversation with somebody from the military who said he's been implementing this now for the last 3 years and he gets it. I mean, remarkable. It was when I say that at the risk of sort of disclosing a little bit of something, it's not classified or anything, but it was just, but I've never said it out loud. It did happen in a closed meeting, but that's what we're talking about. We're talking about getting somebody who's like that to now get it. And so that now he gets it, not because we kind of externally forced him to do something, but we asked him to incorporate these issues and how he thinks about his strategic decision-making around defense, around making military, decisions on the ground. And he now gets it and how valuable and important it is for women to be incorporated into, but not just to protect them, but because lasting peace and security only happens when you have women fully involved on the ground in a place that's conflict-ridden. So, those are the I think we need to stay at it. You are absolutely right. But it's pretty complicated. From my personal view, it gets really complicated when we talk about what are we doing with our military, what are we doing, with our domestic. I think there's a lot of different ways.
Okay, we've got 5 minutes left. We've got 2 microphones.
I'll get shorter.
I don't want to get in trouble with Walter or Aspen, so I urge you to keep your questions short. You can answer however long you like, Tina. But keep your questions short and make sure they're questions. Go right ahead, and then you're in.
Oh, I'm going to stand. All right, so I'm a woman engineer, rare birth.
Yay, we love that.
Retired from a career in the federal government. Okay?
Wonderful.
My experience is instructive.
Yes.
I came hired on as a GS7. Men with master's degrees, which I had, came on as GS9s.
Yeah.
My first job in a regional office for a major agency, I was the only woman professional. The regional director used to take people by my office to show that there was actually a woman in an office. My first field position, the area director would not assign me to shipyard inspections because he had a maritime background, and women are unlucky on ships.
Oh.
Whoa. So fast forward to my retirement. I retired as a GS-15. I was one of very few women GS-15s, and there are, to my observation, no people of color who had attained that rank in the government in my agency. So,
And
metrics.
you were in which agency?
I'm not going to tell you.
What's your question?
We'll maybe put that together.
Metrics.
Yes.
I was on a reinvention team in the Gore era. What gets measured gets done.
Yes.
What metrics are being used in the federal government to make sure that women and people of color are getting an equal shake?
Yes.
Fair
Boom.
shake.
So,
Tina.
I will say that I've also, our presidential Office of Personnel Management, both under our good friend John, now ambassador to Australia, and our current director, have been really focused. So we are measuring, and we are focusing on GS-15. We have, and how do you make the leap to SES? We are measuring, so one of the things now that agencies get measured on are by gender, we're looking at the salaries. There's been a directive for everyone to look from an equal pay perspective on their pay differentials. We publish that all, so pay transparency actually exists in the federal government. So, that's one of the things that we want to make use of and measure. And this has been, with each successive iteration of the survey that's done of employees, we're putting more and more questions in there that get right to the issues of workplace, flexibility, of gender, disparities and ethnic disparities for people's experiences too. So The measuring piece, we absolutely agree with, and I think we've been building dashboards and other things that measure these things to try to improve that performance among the federal workforce.
And final question with the 2 minutes that we have left.
Quick question. Lori Glass, president of Appalachian Community Capital. 23 million people live in the region. And I'm curious about the work that the council is doing to incorporate some of your efforts and initiatives directed towards rural communities in the U.S.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you, doing more in rural communities is something that across the board in the administration, we are working on, and it's one of the things I think we need to do more on. Secretary Vilsack right now is working, a revitalized rural council. I think you'll see the president going to rural areas, to talk about, the needs there of everyone in rural communities, and we are working to make sure, that the needs of rural women and girls are particularly, addressed as well. So, and would welcome, all their, specific suggestions that folks have. We know we need to deal with the whole opioid addiction problem, which is particularly, it's across the board everywhere, but it's particularly acute in rural areas, and because of the distances that people have to go to get treatment and to get help, is a particular concern.
Okay, so should I?
Yes, Jordan, follow up with Jordan, please. Okay. Which is for everything, follow up with Jordan, which is a great way to close. So.
Tina Chen, Assistant to the President and the Executive Director for the White House Council on Women and Girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Jonathan. And I want to just wrap us up with a few kind of closing comments. And I think the energy just from this closing panel was fantastic, and I think reflects the conversations that we've been having along, but most importantly, the urgency and the opportunities before us. And for the past 24 hours, we have had really deep, jump-in conversations about women's rights and economic justice in the 21st century. We have had the courage from the beginning to get uncomfortable. We've come together and talked a great deal about how, if we're going to move forward, we must move forward together. I haven't been in a room in a set of conversations over an extended period of time that I've heard the word solidarity said so often by so many, and I suspect it might have meant a little bit something different to each person, but it held something there together. And so as we march forward, and we are, on behalf of the Aspen Institute, we are honored and privileged to be part of the summit team for United State of Women. I think it's really, I want to also highlight, it's so important the work you did on the White House Summit on Women and Girls of Color. We were delighted to have Melissa Harris-Perry and the Wake Forest University crew here. We consider them incredible partners and leaders and revolutionaries. We've been talking about revolution too, Tina. I also, last year there was the phenomenal summit on working families, and to have Jocelyn and Shilpa and our partners over at the Center for American Progress, we're delighted to work with them and many, many others in this room. And I just share that because I think if we're going to make the change we need to make it together. And it's going to require relationships, honesty, candor, courage, and it also means to be not skating over the tough stuff. Be ready to be there. Open minds, open hearts. And so we had a chance to thank our sister Helen Newborn from the Ford Foundation. I remind us all as we go forward to thank each other more often than not. To keep the circles going. The Ford Foundation, a great partner to this administration, to many of you in the field. So as we go forward, the energy and the work will continue. I'm pleased to say, Tina, last night this conversation, #WomenForward, was trending regionally last night by 9. By 10 a.m. it was trending nationally, and by noon today it's trending internationally. So there are voices here from across the continents to across the country that want to be part of a new conversation about women and girls, the future, and a just and sustainable world. So to all of you who took the time to be here, I thank you on behalf of the Aspen Institute. A heartfelt thanks to the Global Health and Development team and to the Ascend team who made this all happen in about 3.5 weeks. White House time, Jordan. Woo. Again, it's our pleasure and our privilege to work with all of you. So Jonathan, thank you. Tina, thank you. And thank you to all of you. Good day.